Oh, hello, hello, hello. How's it going there? Amanda, how's it going there? Daniel K, how are you guys? Let's go ahead and we'll look at the lifeboat. Been working on that. Worked on it a little last night. Added some stuff to Tethy. So I was showing some pictures yesterday of the lifeboat. And it was going ridiculous speeds. I've got it more manageable now. It was up to, like, this one here this is the version that was going nuts. This might actually not be that right version. I might have got rid of the old version, but this is the new version. Made sure it was operating the way I wanted, and then I did some cosmetic stuff, so some reshaping, and we now do a little over 40 knots, which is better for, you know, the whole goal of this, why it goes so fast, is it is the rescue boat for Tethys, so I need to be able to put Tethys on autopilot, let it continue on where it's going. Let's say we're going to go take some fuel to trade, or we're going to, you know, move some containers or something like that. And then a rescue mission pops up. I need to be able to go do the rescue mission with this and then catch back up with Tethys. So this has to be faster than Tethys to make that really useful. Let's check settings. Okay. So a little bit lower profile on the top, which I wanted to do, so that's in. I've got a little step here so that I can get in and out of here more effectively. We have seating for 8, put some windows in. I noticed some of the lifeboats that I was modeling this after have those. Key start, autopilot, backup battery. We have knots, heading, and depth under keel, bearing. And then, so if we look down, you know, it looks pretty like there's not much view, but if you look up, you can see pretty well. I need to work on the p-value in the engine, but problem is overshooting its RPS and hitting the limiter. Let me just get it to settle down, and then we'll go out slow. There we go. Let's go out slow, and it fixes that. So but that needs some PID tuning. So we can go, I think we're hitting about 48 knots, 38 to 40 knots last night before I got off. So I'm happy and content with that speed. I think Daniel wanted to see it in the wind. It handles the wind very well, but, you know, it's unrealistically fast. These are designed to go slow. They're lifeboats, so, you know, they drop off an oil rig off the back of a ship. And the goal is just to go in the general direction where they have to go, and then hopefully they'll get picked up. But, yeah, we do a good 38 knots here. Tethys does 27 knots, so, you know, that's a good 10 knot, you know, excess of speed. Go put the wind up a little bit. That's day duration. Let's see, where's wind? Right there. Let's go up to 100% wind. We'll play with 100% wind. So here's 100% wind. There's no problem with 100% wind. So we can ride 100% wind all day and not really have any problems. You know, it'll bob around. It'll kind of can get unstable at times, but it's not going to have any problem where we lose it. So I wanted it to be all weather like this so that, you know, we can launch it in any conditions. You know, from Tethys, so it does cruise through a couple waves, but for the most part, it does kind of pretty naturally go over and kind of recover. But stability system works well. Finally got it tuned in. Like I was kind of struggling getting it tuned in the other day, but it's one of those things you step away from, you come back to it, and literally like in 10 minutes I had it tuned up. So, but it works really well. I like the general design of it. I like the new windows in there. I like the new shape of it. It's a little bit more rounded. I dropped the top of the hatch, the top and the back there. That looks better. It was a little bit too tall before, so I like the new general window shaping. You see, even if it goes for a dive, it recovers nicely, so works really well. Autopilot, I need to fix a couple things, but autopilot is in. So I'll have the same radio, GPS, heading hold system, so that can go anywhere. Kind of leave it to go. Let's quickly just go down here. So we've got 8 seats, storage equipment under there. I've got a bilge pump. I might put an electric bilge pump. This one is just, it takes a while. because you know, there's a good chance of getting water in when you're doing rescues. And so what I think I'm gonna do is put an automated bilge pump in there. You know, we used to sink instantly. This is one of the balancing points that I still hear a lot of complaints on, especially Steam and Reddit, where people will complain a lot, is, you know, with the pressure update, people have been asking for moon pools for a long time, and so that was a big part of the pressure update. The devs specifically stated that was one of the reasons they were doing the pressure update was for moon pools, or one of the benefits of it was moon pools. And so, you know, we ran into a bunch of problems when a pressure update first came out of the gas exchange and the water exchange being too fast, and it was causing all sorts of problems where essentially it would make the game unplayable. It would make it realistic, but unplayable. For example, you know, it is no picnic when a ship sinks IRL. And as you can imagine, you know, it's pretty damn dangerous. And so the problem is, to a certain extent, when you're in a game, you want to be able to do some superhuman things so that, you know, you don't, it's just not monotonous. And, for example, jumping off the dock onto your boat and maybe getting 10% hurt instead of dying, right? If you died every time you tried to jump off the dock onto your ship, it would be a pain in the ass. And so, you know, one of the issues that was with the pressure update was the gases would go across the doorways at a realistic rate, but the problem was that realistic rate would kill you. And so every time you had a gas misalignment, delta P problem, you would die. And, you know, and so your ship would sink instantly. And so these types of things can ruin gameplay. So it's a balancing issue. Right now, the water is slower to come in. But, for example, when this gets swamped, I take in copious amounts of water very quick. This thing will sink very quickly with the hatch open in heavy waves. Let's give it a quick test here. I'll do it right here at the dock. All right, so open the hatch. We'll stand here like a dummy on the handle, kick up the wind. And we can read on the meter here when the water comes in. Now, the problem is the dock might hold us from getting underwater, but yeah, see the dock's holding us. Let's try to get out a little bit. There we go. We're going to get swamped now. So we just went underwater. We took on 420 liters of water on that one. All right, now as we're getting away from the dock, eventually we're going to go get hammered again here. What the fuck is going on with this? Okay. I got to fix my engine. My engine's... I can't do it right here where we're at. Here, let's quickly fix it and head out, because we need to head out to do the test, because it's literally, we're getting held up against the dock, and that's not going to work. So let's go out where we're in the water, because the dock's going to hold us. So like you see, we don't have much room between where the water line is and the door, so let's go ahead and start up. We'll head out, like, just out here, away from the docks, because every time I bang up against the dock, like, holds me, and it makes it so the water can't come in. We still got a good bit in there, but we'll kind of see how long it takes to sink. Got to fix this p-value. This is causing me problems. That's also why I crashed in the dock, was this p-value problem. So that's high on the list of shit to fix, is the p-value problem. What's happening is I have the rev limiter. It's now supercharged with a scoop, so it's a pretty powerful engine. And the p-value is too high, and so it hits the rev limiter, and then it quickly corrects. And so it stutters the engine. All right, so let's go right here. Let's go out further. I don't want to get screwed up on this dock again. I want to get a sink on this thing. So anyways, they've slowed the, they slowed the water over hatches, and there are some downsides to this. If you want your ship to sink quickly, then it may not do that. But the benefit is we get moon pools, and we also can do things like, oh my god, I didn't want my ship to sink, because IRL, of course, you don't want your ship to sink. And so you have time to hopefully rescue it. You know, if I took in 6,000 liters of water instantly, the ship would sink, and we'd be toast. And instead, I can open the hatch, let some passengers in, which is good gameplay, and then run a pump for, a few seconds and get the water out. That's not really possible if we, if the water flow over the hatches is too much. And like I said, it's a balancing issue. It's never going to be quote-unquote right for everybody, but hopefully, there's a balance there that, yeah, you can still sink a ship if you want, but you can also have moon pools, you can also have this. You know, you don't want one particular gameplay to eliminate 20 different types of gameplay. And that's the thing is, like the people who primarily play for sinking ships, yeah, it sucks that it takes them a little bit longer to sink, but it allows for many, many different other types of gameplays to still work. And that's something that devs have to think about that we don't necessarily have to think about. So when you hear people like grouching about sinking ships, it's like, yeah, we get it, but it's like look at right here. Okay, see how much water we have in here? All right, so in what, 30 seconds, we've taken on enough water that we'll never recover. Okay, so we're toast now. All right, so I would say this is pretty reasonable. You know, this is pretty reasonable to me that in 30 seconds we've doomed our boat. You know, I think that's pretty reasonable. That gives me enough time that I have to actually do something about it. I can shut the hatch, and then I can come over here and I can pump out. Instead of instantly one wave dead, you know, so that's kind of the balancing issue that people need to think about is, you know, they're trying to make it so that you don't completely get destroyed instantly, and I think that's it's reasonable. It's not, you know, certain applications, yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but other applications it makes sense. So you see, like, less than 30 seconds, we're underwater, man, and so that makes it so that I really have to. Oh crap, we're getting water and close the hatch. So makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll kill this wind. All right, so I'm going to switch this out for an electric. I like the manual pump. I think the manual parts are kind of fun, but the issue being is it's just too slow. And so, you know, I kind of got to worry about how long it's going to take me to do these things. So I think I'm going to replace it with a pump. And I think I'll automate the system, so that when it's over, you know, when it has water in here, it'll pump out. That way, have a little bit of time to hopefully, you know, deal with it. All right, let's see. Where are we at here? I need a blank microcontroller. Let's do that. There we go. Bingo. All right, let's see. Bilge. All right, so real simple logic on this. It's going to be a number input. That's going to be water level. And this is going to be an output to the pump. All right. And real simple there. So if this is greater than 0, I want that on. And I might move this. I don't really like it there. But for the most part, that's going to go like that. That's going to go like that. Bingo. I need to plug in electricity here. Where's the battery side? Battery side, battery side. Which one's battery side? Oh, that's okay. That's backup, so that's right there. Okay, it's the bottom one. All right, so if this detects any water in here, it's going to go ahead and just pump us out. Let's see, we don't want this. I don't really want it where I have it, but the liquid meter will move it down. Can I move it there? Should be able to. Let's see if I can move it over here. Just don't like it there. Yeah, that's better there. All right. So that will auto pump out. That will make it so that pretty quickly get rid of the water as it intrudes, and then we don't have to worry about as much. I like the hand pump idea. It takes way, way too long. It takes a long time. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Let's find a place for this. Let's see. All right, right there. All right, so that should work pretty well. So if the key's off, the bilge isn't going to go anyway, so that way I can't run out the battery. All right, let's catch up with chat here. I've got that one saved. That might be in the next thumbnail. We'll see. Thank you there, Hyperion. Sarrib. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard you talking about you were using the stability system. Yeah, that's good. Have a nice quick one for rescues. How's it going there, Turtle Man? Good to see you. It is a rescue lifeboat for Tethys, so I'm actually going to save it up, and then we'll go put it on Tethys real quick. So let's... So did some stuff on Tethys to kind of make this work with it. So here's the new front garage. Make sure I plugged everything in. I have a bad habit of not saving after I do something, so make sure that's all saved. And then why these were backwards last I looked. So look at it really quickly. Okay. So I wanted 3 to be up. Where's 3? 3 is up. 4 is down. Okay. So let's grab the lifeboat. And I'll show you it getting loaded up. So this was kind of a pain in the ass to try to figure this out. I almost had to do some rework on Tethys, but I've got it where it's going to work now well. One of the things was I wanted to drop the roof line of this lifeboat anyway, so that helped. And then, getting it aligned for the hard point was kind of a pain, dropping it in there. And so this is a little bit better. It's kind of got like a little bit of an elevator. So wind's still up. Let's get rid of that wind. Nope, wind's calming down. Okay. So I got to turn on infinite electricity for this because some of the stuff's not powered at the moment. All right. So we'll go ahead and we'll open up the front garage here for the rescue skiff. All right. Now we'll get up on the handle and control. All right. So first thing we can do is we can raise the elevator up. And then the arm needs to unfold. So I'm gonna slacken the line here. And so I'll probably put the handle somewhere down on deck to operate the crane because I don't have good visibility up here. And then like I have to go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down to do anything with this boat. So if it's down there, I can quickly come off the handle, grab the rope off, do stuff like that. So kind of some human factor stuff there. But this should have good capabilities with a speed of about 40 knots, capacity of 8 people. That's really helpful to be able to do everything I need to do. So we can do a wide range of rescue missions. I wanted to make sure this was going to be useful. So, and I believe it is with that. Oh, see, there we go. A little bit fast on operation here. All right, let's go forward a little bit and up. All right, let's start lowering down. By having a multi-point crane here, I can move it in every direction using the different joints, so that's helpful. So like when I move it down, and then if there we go. So now we're grabbed, okay. And what are we hitting there? Okay, so I need to move it one back. I've got to miss a line now. I have not tested this since I made some changes, so it needs to move 1 to the left. Okay, let's fix that. That's fine. All right, so let's see. Where are we at here? Right here, it needs to move. Can't see anything when it does that. Let's grab these. All right, so that will now realign it so that it will fit. All right, good. Let me check the floor. Still good. Okay, let's save that again. Do a quick lift. Come on, grab the rope things. Okay, good. Yeah, like, you know, that sort of level of superhuman stuff, being able to jump down the ships. It's like, you know, that's the thing with gaming where, you know, you can't go fully realistic all the time, or else it's just, you know, it adds tedium, you know, the ability to be able to do things like quickly jump off of stuff. It's kind of necessary, so it's... Just kind of going quick, seeing we already did it once. I'm just trying to double check the alignment. Kind of go quick and dirty here. But what I was saying was the different knuckles on the crane allows me to really put it where I want. You know, like as I come down with the big arm on the end there, I want to go up, so now I can keep it relatively in the same position. Essentially, what's going on. All right, so we're a little bit off. Let me see. We should be pretty close. And then, yeah, we're pretty close on alignment here. Let's see if we can get it to... We'll snap when it gets close enough. Let's see. All right, so we're a little bit to... so I need to go up and down, up, down, like that. Up on the second part and down on the stick. Pretty close. Let's see. All right, we're a little bit too close to the hatch lid, so I need to come forward and left. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Forward and left. There we go. And then more forward, forward, forward. Why is the cat knocking shit off the counters? Because that's their job, I guess. I gotta go check on him real quick. That was a hilarious interaction with the cat. He was not knocking stuff off the counters. He was eating out of his auto feeder, and it's got a metal bowl, so he's making like metal bowl noise. I thought he was knocking stuff off the counter, and so I went running in real quick, and he had a piece of food stuck in his face, stuck out of his mouth, and he was looking at me funny because he was like, "Why did you just run in after me?" It's pretty funny. One piece of food sticking out of his mouth, just looking at me. Like, what are you doing, Dada? Alright, let's see. So we're off a little bit. Where the hell are we? I'm trying to see. We're still too close to the door, so I gotta come out. So let's go forward. Keep doing that one backwards. That's upside down. Always screw that one up. Alright, justify it out like so. Grabbed nicely last time. This time it's being a little bit particular. So let's see, I can go down there and I can... So this is one of the reasons I want to move that handle down here is like I can come down and I can kind of manhandle a little bit. And so with the handle way the hell up there, it's a pain in the ass to do. Alright, so I got to come back towards... Let me make sure I didn't... so I have the ability to disconnect that. I want to make sure I didn't press the 6 key by accident because we'll never grab if the 6 key's detached, so... Yeah, that's why I don't want the handle up here is I can't quickly make adjustments from down there. I can't quickly look and see what's going on, so... So, like, if I go up and in, I gotta fix that up because it's completely backwards at the moment. It's annoying. All right, we're close. I got it easily the first time, but now I'm having alignment issues. All right, there we go. That's better. Still too far out. Let's go left a little bit. Okay. It's gotta be close to grabbing. Still too far to the wall. There we go. All right, good. See, it's hard to see from up here, where if I put the handle, like, I don't even know, like, right... I don't know, like, maybe, I don't know. We gotta find a spot for that handle. But, like, even here, I gotta look over my shoulder. But, like, maybe I'll have it come out and I'll stand like this. And I'll load like this, because then I can look off my left shoulder and see it. But up there is pretty useless to me, so I gotta fix it. All right, and let's grab the rope. I got a rope on me. Let's toss that. Fuck off. Toss. And then it goes down into the hold here. All right, so that's in and secured, and then so that'll keep it from banging around in there, getting damaged. Door shuts. All right, now it's in the front garage. And that's it inside, so we can still walk around it if we need to. I can go out the back and walk in the stern and walk around it if I need to. No real reason for me to walk around it, but I can. And so that just makes it easy. It aligns in here nicely. First, I had it where it had one of these in the floor, but I had to get, that was even harder to get it to align in. This just, you hook it up top, elevator it down in, and works well. So that works well. Catch some chat. Yeah, I said hi to you, Turtle Man, when you first said hi. Yeah, the hand pump takes too long. Thanks for the sub, Turtle Man. Yeah, so now let's test out that real quick. Let's test out the bilge, so we know that fits, Tethys fits fine. Let's go ahead and we'll quickly... Gotta do PID tuning on this too. But, yeah, every time you change something with the engine, you need to PID tune. So, like, somebody was asking, they'd taken my modular engine tutorial and then put in a helicopter, and they had to tune their PID. You have to tune, every different engine has different load, and, imposed upon it. And so, and every different engine has different strengths and torques. And so you have to redo the PID values on them, because a stronger engine is going to be able to ramp up faster sometimes, or... if it has more load, it's going to take longer to come, to come up. And so you need to have that, differential on there. You need to be able to change your p-value for the specific instance of what you're doing. All the values, but, p-value is generally what I do in those tutorials. So. All right, so that's open. So this pump should kick on every time water comes in. You can see it's coming on, so there's water. It's going out pretty fast, so, it will still flood. Like, I used to put on, you can see we're flooding really fast now. So, like, I used to put on electric hatches. I don't want to do it on this one. And it was auto hatches, so what it would do, automatically close the hatch, pump out, and then allow you to reopen it. This one, I want to be able to let it flood. I get a good, like, I can probably keep it open for, like, 10 seconds and still survive. And so the plan is, like, if we're doing rescues and it's really bad like this, I'll be able to put somebody on my back, open the door, jump in, close the door, and then pump out, and then go back out. And then as long as I keep shutting the door, we won't completely sink. Like you can see the water's probably pretty low at this point. That's not, but it's actually, it's pumping out pretty fast. So we're doing about, we're limited by the fluid ports. It's shouldn't be pumping air out. Let me see. Let me double check here. I don't know why that number is so high. No, fluid port's reading right. I was reading something else. Fluid port's reading all right. Let me see. Yeah, I'm interested in that, but you see, we're pumping out pretty well. Definitely a lot less of a monotonous task than the hand pump. I do like the hand pump. I think they need to boost it, though. It doesn't need to be as effective as the fluid port pump, as this electric pump, but it should be faster because it's like you cut down the use cases of when you'd want to use it. And that's not great. You want to be able to use it sometimes. All right, so that's working. That was the test. So let's get this back. All right. All right, good. So that's in. Let's see. This is pretty good where it's at here, I think. Yeah, can't think of much else this needs. We kind of want to get this finished up. Trying to get all the toys for Tethys finished up. All right, let's grab Tethys real quick. I want to fix a couple things while I remember them. I need to fix the some of the autopilot stuff too. So, like right now, which one is it? Which one is it? It is this one here is inverted. This one. All right, there we go. So we'll invert that one. This was working backwards. That was part of my problem trying to control the crane. Was that works backwards, so it was confusing the mind. And then the handle should be right here, probably. I don't know how I'm going to get that situated like that. I think I have to come out at least one. Hopefully just the one. It's probably going to have to be more than one, unfortunately. That's really kind of a pain in the ass. Let's see where the alignment is on this. Could put it on a pivot. It's got to come up. Yeah, it's got to come up, too. So it's got to be, like, right there. Not wild about that spot there. Let's see. Needs to be somewhere where I can see it. Like, here is not horrific. But let's see, the door blocks it pretty well, so I can't get in the way. I need to be able to get in there and manipulate it. I don't want to have to no-clip every time I need to manipulate it, so... I think how I want to do this. Yeah, we'll put that off. We'll put that on the back burner for now. I'll have to figure out where I want that. All right, let's fix some of the autopilot stuff on the lifeboat. So currently, when let's spawn it and I'll see what the issues are, and we'll fix the autopilot a little bit. It has some issues. All right, so currently, let's turn it on. Let's shut the hatch. Figure out everything I need to finish on the autopilot here. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is put out a waypoint. What's our current heading? Current heading is north, so let's go 010. All right, let's start heading out. We got to PID tune this. Cut the music down for myself a little bit here. It's still a little bit on the loud side. There we go. All right, so we can steer left. Let's go ahead and put a heading in. So what are we doing? Let's do a 330. So 330, 330. Let's go autopilot master and then heading hold. All right, so something is screwed up with the compass because heading hold is not working. So I got to figure that out. Why that's screwy, because it's a compass problem on that. And then that's in, so let's go GPS heading, and I believe it goes to the GPS coordinates. We'll see if it goes to the GPS coordinates now. All right, so it's not reading the regular GPS coordinates. It is reading the north-north. So something is disconnected there. All right, and then I can't remember what... all right, so we have some issues with the autopilot. I got to fix that. All right, let's see what the issues are. All right, it's probably mostly in the bearing panel. So, I don't know. Let's see. 17 here should be coming off of the bearing panel, which is off the physics sensor, going to here, which is compass. And then that's fine. Okay, I think I might... Something in here is screwed up. So 1 is AP master. 3 is going to be radio. 4 is GPS. Okay, and so let's check this here. So W and... so not Y. Where's Y? Okay, if the distance is less than that... Okay. Z or W or A? Z, W, or A? Z is... Okay, so Z is... What do you... Heading hold. So it's going to be... W is... What? X, I'm sorry. X. So if the autopilot master is on end, we have... Heading hold. radio, or GPS, that's when it will turn on the PID. So that's fine. And not Y. Y is if we're if the distance is less than. So that will that shuts the autopilot off when we get within 0.01 nautical miles of the target. So that should all be fine. I don't see any issue with that. So that's probably not the problem. So let's go ahead and back out of there. Let's go to the bearing panel. Something's up here. Let's check the GPS. Okay, so I put in GPS panel on here. So keypad B, keypad A, keypad A. Okay. This might be the issue here. That's probably the issue right there. Okay. I bet you that's what it is. All right, let's see what this node is going into. That's keypad. That's the problem right there. Heading hold is right here. Okay, that's why. That's a problem. All right, good. So that's fixed. Let's go in here, see why this is misbehaving now. All right. So let's see. We have the autopilot panels here. GPS keypad is going to read 1 and 2. That's fine. That's triggered by 4, which is GPS. That is good. All right. And then we have 3 is going to be the radio. And so that's going to switch us to radio, which is correct. That's right there. All right, that's fine. That's fine. 1 and 3 there. Okay, so that's probably what that is. That's all fine. So let's check it out now. Could have been that one bad connection. All right, let's put a heading hold in here. Let's see. 010, autopilot master heading hold. Okay, need tuning the p-value on this, but it is working its way over there. So it's working, it just needs to be tuned. GPS coordinates, GPS, pull that off. That, I can't tell if that's working, so I gotta tune this PID in. Yeah, lights will come when I'm ready to put lights in. Currently, I'm not there. It's still mechanics. All right, let's see. So let's PID tune the engine first. Where are we at? This is what I need. I need to finish PID tuning the engine. So that's going to start bugging me that this engine's not working the way I want it to. I can't go there, can I? No. It's gonna have to go in the middle, that's fine. Put that there. And then we'll just grab the boxes off for now. Grab you, go there. P value. Okay, good. That's in. Let's go ahead and tune this engine up. And then we'll tune in the autopilot after the engine. So, all right, there's PID tuners in. Let's fix it up so I can do it. All right, so let's see. And we'll see what numbers we're currently at. All right, so currently we're, I'm going to write these down. So we're at 0.22, 0.1. 0.22.1. Okay, so that's where we're at. We'll start there, and then we'll tune out. I'll plug in an electricity. I don't want to have to go in for an electricity, so we'll just plug in electricity. And make sure that it's good. All right, good. All right. Get around all this crap. So let's see, 0.22.1. Alright, so this is what I'm trying to fix here, is when it's revving up like that. So first thing I do is get rid of the D value. Alright, and then we'll start chopping this down. It's a little bit better with 0.2, but not best yet. Definitely sounds like it's banging off the rev limiter. Let's play with this D value, see if I can't dampen it enough to get it to behave. Alright, it's just that starting phase that it misbehaves, so try to tune that in to get that to stop doing its bullshit. Let's see, 0.221. Let's make that, I don't know, let's do 2. It's hard to tell without having an RPS gauge, so let's try something else too. Let's do this as well. Go in here and work the clutch. Problem is it's hitting the rev limiter, and so I'm going to work the clutch up a little bit too. Let's go get that clutch in faster, see if I can't get the clutch to feather a little bit faster. We'll see if I can smooth it out with some clutch as well. Doing two things at once, but we'll see if it helps. Definitely, I should have put an RPS gauge in here. I'll do that at some point. It's kind of hard to tune it without the RPS gauge. Because you can hear it hitting the rev limiter, so. Alright, so that smoothed it out a little bit with the faster clutch. And then the rest of it's going to be hopefully P values and D values. So let's see if I can get the... Let's go a little bit faster on the clutch even still. So what's happening is essentially it's... I'm not putting enough resistance on it fast enough, and it's hitting the rev limiter. And so then it quickly, once it goes over the set P value, it wants to quickly cut it back too fast. And so by putting the clutch in faster, I'm loading up the engine faster. And so let's go ahead and we'll increase that to 7 and then 007. And then we'll go ahead and run it again, and then we'll see if we can't get that P and the D value tuned in. I need to enter in the P value. There we go. Alright, so that is bringing the clutch in too fast. Let's increase the clutch engagement to 4. And then we'll run with that. So try to retune in the clutch, and then I want to work from the engine from there. This engine's a little bit of a balancing act. It's not that huge of an engine, but it has really good performance, so I need to... Fucking hell. I wish I could set the keypads to start with a value. That would be helpful. Alright. So let's fix that. So I would think we've gone overboard a little bit. Let's see, where are we at here? That's fine. Let's go back in, fix the clutch again. It's way too high now. Okay, there we go. So it's very much a balancing act. Is if the clutch goes in too fast, it's going to load up the engine. The problem we're having now is we're hitting the rev limiter. So, and then it has a zero function, so it completely zeroes out the clutch. And so what it's doing is it's zeroing out the clutch, which is then completely taking the load off the engine, then it hits the rev limiter. You know, so it's a bunch of things. You can't just fix it with the rev limiter. All right, so it's definitely, I think, we're having issues with the clutch 0. Let's fix that. So let's find that. So right here, if it's less than 3.25, it's going to zero out the clutch. Okay. That's fine. Let's, I don't want to slow it down again. Slow it down again, just a little bit. There we go. All right. Handle. Oh my god, I hate it how I have to enter this in every time. I wish I could just preload a keypad. There we go. Alright, so you can see how it started up better that time. So what it's doing is it is revving up the engine, then it's adding the clutch in at the right rate. And the engine is revving up. So there's a bunch of factors. This is why it's kind of a pain sometimes to do these if you don't understand the mechanics. So the mechanics of what's happening is the engine needs to rev to create torque. And then it needs to put the clutch in at a certain rate that the torque is great enough that it overcomes load. And so the problem was the clutch was coming in so fast before the torque was enough to overcome load that the RPS would dip below 3.25. And so at that point, that's like you're going to stall. So what it would do is it automatically zero out the clutch. And then now the engine is no longer attached to the propeller, so the engine can spool up freely to, in this case, like 20 RPS. And then it starts putting the clutch in again. Well, it brings the engine down really fast again. And so you had to tune in that clutch to get it to behave properly. So we're now pretty well balanced. So it's a balancing act, and that's why it's, you know, it can be confusing, is you got to go through what's actually happening, and then you have to fix each independent part to make it work. All right, so let's see. We have a 2-2. Let's try another start. So I'm just going to hammer full throttle. There we go. So it catches itself now, so it applies the clutch properly. So like this is modeled after how you as a person would actually operate a clutch IRL. It will automatically feather the clutch, and that's why I have it set up this way. It works in the most number of cases. You know, if you're going up a hill, it feathers the clutch like a professional driver would feather the clutch. If you're going down a hill, it would feather the clutch like you would if you're going down the hill. If you're on flat terrain, it would do the same. If you have a heavy load, it would do the same. If you have a light load, it will do the same. So it automatically takes care of all those cases. All right, so the numbers aren't too bad. Let's put in a small D value here and see. We'll do another start. All right, so let it stop. We'll do one more start, and then we'll see. Or take off from stopped. All right, good. So now it's operating well. Let me see how I have speed control. I'm going to probably reduce the rate of the throttle. I want to be able to more incrementally control my speed. So I want to kind of like try to set a speed that I want. So let's go to like 35 knots. I'm going to gently tap it back for 35. See, we're in the top end. It will take me a second to get it down to 35. So there we go. All right, so there's 34, 35. Went down too far a little bit. Let's go up one. Okay, so there we go. So we're at 35. Let's go down to 30. All right, so I have pretty good incremental speed control as it is. Let's go to 25. Okay, there we go. Let's go down to 20. Bingo. So yeah, I have good incremental speed control on this. Go down to 15. Nice. 10. Let's see if we can do 5. Sometimes the slower speeds, especially this thing is geared up to a 3-to-1. So running slow speeds is going to be tough because if we get down to the point where we're under 4 RPS, it's not going to be able to put the clutch in. So, but as long as I can get down to 5 knots and kind of hold it there, I'm happy. Yeah, so it's right on the edge of 3.54, so it's gonna it's kind of tough to keep it going this slow, but really like how often you can operate there. Let's go in reverse. All right, so let's see. We're going 7 knots backwards. Perfect, not too fast. Let's turn around, and we'll hammer it into 4. We might stall on a... Yep, we're going to stall on a changeover because the prop is going one direction. Then we're asking it to immediately go in the other direction. All right, good. So that is really... that's really tuned in nicely. Yeah, so it's understanding the relationship between load and the torque of the engine. You know, that's why it's complicated, but, you know, that's why, you know, you get a lot of people who they just go to the workshop and they get a microcontroller. But the problem with that is if you don't understand the mechanics, it's a shortcut. You know, you go on the workshop, you get a microcontroller from whoever, even the really good ones, and you don't understand why it works. And so the problem is if you come up with any problems, you don't know how to fix it. My kind of methodology when I do my tutorials, I want you to learn why things work, why they don't work, and then you can fix it. And so that's kind of why my method's a little bit different, you know, is I try to go through the different parts and why, you know, in their relationship to one another. The reason for that is if you run into a problem like this, you know, it can be very confusing. But if you understand the mechanics of what was happening was the clutch was coming in too fast. It was dropping the engine RPS. So I was putting the clutch in too quickly. Once the engine RPS hit 3.25, it zeroes the clutch. So now the clutch is no longer attached to the engine. So the problem was the clutch was slowing, the propeller. The propeller was slowing down the engine too fast. And then as soon as it hits 3.25, instead of stalling, the stall protection comes in. It says, hey, no more clutch. You're just going to stall the engine. It releases the clutch. It's like if you're in a car and you push your foot all the way to the floor. Right, you're going to stall. What do? Push your foot all the way to the floor. Release the clutch. All right, and now the engine is detached from the propeller. Well, now the engine has no resistance. And so the engine spools up to red line. And then what happens? It starts applying clutch again. So now you have too much torque. You start to do it, and it starts quickly bringing the RPS of the engine down because now the engine's being braked by the propeller. And then it hits 3.25 again. So that's why it was stuttering. It was going, and it would go. Now what it's doing is the relationship is correct where, 1, I increased it so the clutch doesn't even come in till 4 RPS. So it requires more torque to be able to start putting the clutch in because I was stalling it because I didn't have enough torque. So now it waits till 4 RPS. Before that, like 3.75. So it gets a little bit extra torque before it starts applying the clutch. It was applying the clutch slower, so the clutch slowly comes in so that the engine is not being braked as hard. And then, so now you notice it doesn't do that stutter anymore. So if you understand the relationship between the different parts, you can start to diagnose these problems. All right, so that is tuned in. So if I read the numbers before, that would have been great. But I ended up keeping the same p-value numbers, so that's fine. We can run the same numbers. I did most of the tuning with the clutch. So, all right, good. So that's fixed. All right, next thing we need to do is tune the autopilot. So let's see. PID tuner goes into the autopilot. You can disconnect. Okay, good. Let's check the autopilot values. Or the heading hold. It's the heading hold on this. All right, so right now the p-value is a 0.7 on the rudder. The issue is going to be this. This is a good number. This is my final tuning, and that works because I can go out there and I manually control my steering with this. And so this number works well for me. I don't need to tune that. What I do need to tune is the autopilot. The autopilot numbers here are way too rambunctious. And so I need to tune those out. Let's see what the clamps are on this. Okay. The other thing I should be doing is I didn't do, but I might put that into. Let's clamp this first. It won't completely fix it, or it shouldn't. But let's clamp this out. All right, and so all I'm doing here is I'm making this. Let's actually do less. So what I'm doing here is this part is my autopilot. So my autopilot gets added to my own controls, and that allows me to always steer even with the autopilot on. So if, say I'm coming up, I'm going to hit a rock, I can steer around the rock even and leave the autopilot on. All right, and then so that's clamped out at 1, -1. The problem here is I didn't clamp out this part of the autopilot. So what's going to happen is, like, say this could go to 1,000,000, and then it's going to take a long time to come back, and so it's going to pin your rudder at 1 because it's way over 1. Now what's going to happen is with a clamp on there, it's going to limit this so that it can only go to 1, so it keeps it at a reasonable value. So we're going to start with that. Likely the p-value and the d-value are too high, so what we're going to do is we need to PID tune it. Right here's the PID tuner. All right, this is going to go to there, and then I need to write these numbers down. We're going to start with these numbers for the tuning. All right, let's see, 0.02, 0.02, and then 3 for the D. Okay. So I know the D value is way too high. It's we're wobbling a lot. This is the same autopilot that's on Tethys. Let's put that into consideration. So Tethys is a much bigger ship, and this is a tiny little ship, so it needs smaller numbers generally. But, you know, so that's why they got to be tuned in, as it came right off Tethys, this autopilot. So, which it was already tuned in for Tethys. So that's why, like, again, you'll hear people, oh, I went on the workshop and I got this microcontroller and it's my boat's acting crazy. Well, you know, it could have been for a huge ship, and you're putting on a tiny little boat. The numbers are going to have to be different. You can't cheat and go just think you're going to plug and play it and it's going to work. You have to kind of tune it in. All right, there we go. That's in. All right, let's go forward. So that applies really, really nicely. So every one of your boats, every one of your cars, every one of your everything needs to be tuned in for its particular operation. All right, so that works really well now. So like I was saying, that 0.07 number is good because, as you can see, I can steer really effectively. The PID is controlling my steering here right now, and you notice it's working really well. So that's fine, but the autopilot's screwy. So we need to put in, let's go 090. We'll do 90-degree turns. All right, so we'll go ahead. I'll get off this so we can see. AP master, heading hold. All right, so that's not too bad, but notice the wobble. See the wobble? So that's too high of a D value right there. All right, so we're getting there. We're still not hitting it, so that's too high. Let's go to 1. And bingo, that's gone. All right. And look at there. Perfect. So a little bit of wobble there. You see we just got a hair of a wobble. Not much. Well, let's go to 0.5. So we'll half that. And we'll see if we completely get rid of the wobble. All right, so now let's go 90 degrees to port. We'll go, I would just go 0.05. All right, and let's see if it reaches 005 and if it smoothly stops at 005. Bingo. So you notice how it's staying on that? It's going a little bit over. That's perfect. Okay, that's about perfect there. There we go. That's about perfect. All right, let's go to 270. So 90 left. See, it's nice and smooth. As it gets close, it slows down automatically with the PID. And that's the D value helping to dampen that out so that it doesn't overshoot like crazy. It helps slow it down. It acts like a shock absorber a little bit. All right, 180. So it starts out fast, and then as it gets close, it starts to slow down and smoothly go to where it's going. We don't have any wobble. Remember, we had that bad wobble? No more wobble. All right, so let's check our numbers. These numbers are about perfect. 0.5 and 0.02. 0.5, 0.02. Let's quickly go to 010. All right, so that's a big turn. It's almost 180 degrees. And we're smoothly starting to level out there. Okay, so that's perfect as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to change that to 0.5. All right, so 0.02 and then 0.5 are our final numbers there. So that works really well. Let's play with, make sure that this is working. Remember, I had to change some stuff in this. So we're having issues where, for example, it's not switching over from modes. So I got to check on that. So here's my keypad. There's my waypoint. Okay, so the waypoint shouldn't show in this until I press GPS, and it's not. All right, so something is up. Should change when I press the GPS because this is going to the 00 position of the map, which is like right, where is it? I'm close to it. Right here, maybe? Is it beginner base? It is close to beginner base. Yeah, it's right around here is the 00 position of the map. So that's what it's reading, not my GPS coordinates. So I got to figure out why it's not reading the GPS coordinates. So like that's going to go to the 00 position of the map. So I have to figure out why it's reading the 00. So as long as you understand that that's often what will happen with your autopilots is it will still read the 00 position. So it's not getting any of this information. So I got to figure that out. And that's why it's not swapping. So let's see. Military base is right here. So it should be to the right a little bit. So let's go and put in the frequency for military base. The radio frequency is 600. All right, let's click radio. That's not swapping either. So something is up there, so I got to fix that. All right. But that's tuned in nice. How's it going there, Citrus? All right, good. So let's go ahead and let's fix the numbers. So really not that big of a change in the numbers right here. Let's do this. So right here, D-yaw. Let's do AP. And this is P-yaw AP. And this is going to be P-yaw steering. Let's do rudder. All right. And then that's good. And so these can get plugged back in. And then this one from 3 to a 0.5. And that's all we changed was that. The P value was fine. The D value needed to be tuned. All right. Let's get this pushed over there. Okay. All right, nice. That can be disconnected. All right, so let's see. We need to figure out what the hell's up with this autopilot. So the autopilot is reading a 0 at all times. So it could be in here. It could be this is not connected properly. We'll have to check that. So what's happening here is we're sending it from the bearing panel. 18 is reading any bearing. So 18 reads any bearing. The keypad is our heading hold. So when I press 2, it switches to heading hold. And other than that, it will read whatever I put in there for my either radio or GPS. And we're getting a 0, so I need to figure out why we're reading a 0. Pretty much reading a 0 at all times, so I need to figure out what's up with that. And so that's got to be in the bearing panel because it's not changing on the screen. If it changed on the screen but didn't do it for the heading hole, we know that that would be in the heading hole. Because it's not changing the screen, we know it's in here. So AP panel. Okay. Let me make sure that's plugged in. That'll be the first test. So AP panel is supposed to be this one. AP panel. All right, so that's plugged in correctly. Let's check the numbers. Okay, I bet you it's the numbers. That's got to be it. Because I have a different panel on the other one. Let me check. 1, 2. No, I think the numbers are actually right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's check them in here, make sure they're right. They are wrong. Okay, they're wrong. Okay, let me see. GPS is 4. No, that they're correct. 3 is that I did change them. Okay, so it's not that. So that's not the problem. That's 1 and 2. That's fine. So what it's doing is it's consistently reading a 0 through. So it was acting as though I wasn't switching them. So it's reading a 0 all the way through. So it could be a bad number read. I got to figure that out too. So, but it's essentially always reading a 0. So this could have been the fix, but it doesn't appear to be. Let me make sure I fix the numbers on the panel. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So they're all correct. Okay. Make sure that has electricity. It does. Okay. Let me make sure. Oh, we have an electrical problem here, people. Electrical problem. Is it though? Did I put in for? I put in for electricity on, so I gotta fix this anyway. But we have an electrical problem, so this needs to plug into. Where's the battery? Right there. Okay. That needs to plug in there anyway. I moved some stuff around. It actually should plug in here. So let's take that and plug it like that. Okay. That'll fix that. Let's see what else could be the issue. Let's test that real quick. I don't think it is because I think I had infinite electricity on, so it's not that. Because that could contribute to it if it was infinite electricity, but it was working too. So let's see. That goes from here. It doesn't connect to the bearing panel. This does not connect to the bearing panel. Okay, I gotta fix it. Monitor touch physics sensor. I plugged in the wrong panel right here. This is the problem. It was plugged in the monitor instead of the panel. Right there. That's it. Fixed. Okay. Silly little mistake there. That should fix it. All right, good. So. All right, so we'll play with the numbers now. So currently that's 0. That's reading the 0 position. Let's put in the radio. So let's put in military base. And let's click, we want to do radio. And then that one, let me see, radio. That one's not changing, but I don't know why. Let's go ahead and put GPS in there. Let's get fucking moving here. It's turning me towards there, so it's going to fuck up my numbers. I got to go like this. I got to go in one direction here so I can not screw up the numbers. All right, that's in now. Let's go ahead. I might need the AP master on to do changes anyway. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Let's go ahead and do... Okay, so now see it changed to 039. So I should be able to take the autopilot off and change it. So now when I deselect this, it should go back to like 356 to the 0 position. All right, 0 position, and now back to GPS position. Okay, good. Not getting radio. Let me see. What is 600? It should be military base. So let's see. 600 is military base. 355. Let's disconnect that altogether. And okay, so that's not working. I got to figure that out. All right. So just the radio's not working at the moment. Let's check that out. See what's up with the radio. It could be that I didn't input military base. Yep, right here. I didn't put in military. So I got to put in the GPS coordinates on military. Okay, so that's what it is. So like, for example, where is FJ's right here? FJ is in. So let's see, FJ. Where's FJ? FJ, right here. Okay, that's fine. I gotta figure out what frequency FJ is. FJ is what frequency? So I just didn't input the military frequency. Where's FJ? FJ, where are you, guy? FJ, right here. All right, FJ is right here. Right there. Okay, that's FJ right there. So FJ is 630. All right, let's test out 630. So it wasn't the radio should be working fine. It's just that I didn't input the GPS coordinates of the military because it used to be based off radio. Now it has to be GPS because I was having SV environment problems. All right, let's put in 630. That should be behind us. That's right in front of the hangar at FJ. All right, and let's press. So right there, that's the 00 position, and that reads right behind us. So perfect, and we're within half a nautical mile. So excellent, that's working. All right, so autopilot's fixed. Let's see why we're doing this lean. Got a little bit of a lean going just because the center of gravity is not as low as I'd like. If I turn on the systems, if I'm moving, we're fine, so I'm not really too worried about it. I might try to put a little mass in the middle. We'll see. If I can concentrate a little bit of mass in the middle, will be better. But let's try that real quick. Let's save this. So we got most of the fixes done. Let's check a little bit of mass and see if I can't concentrate some mass. It's going to be hard to do. So I've already got quite a bit of weight block everywhere. Yeah, I've got quite a bit of weight blocks everywhere. I can't really screw with it too much. If I put them on the sides, it's not going to really matter. It's gonna maintain the tilt. Let's see if I'm off center just a hair. Because even if it's in the center, it might not make sense to you that it leans a little bit, but it's because it doesn't care which direction it goes. All right, so that's pretty. It's on point. Let's get rid of the PID tuner. We don't need it anymore. So it's not really much. So like all this is weight block. Like if we paint it, I can't really change it. You can see it's already weight blocked up. So I can't really change it any. We're pretty good on that though. We're not too bad. One thing I can do is, so there's a couple ways you can get the center of gravity lower. Is one, add weight below, and then the other one is to cut weight up top. So we could probably try cutting a little bit. Let's see if I can find where I can cut some weight. Let's see. We might be able to cut. Check these. No, can't cut there. Let me see. Are you? Can't tell if these are half blocks. So do a little bit of weight cutting here. Can't do too much. Cut there. What are you? Are you a whole block? You are a whole block. Let's get off symmetry. That's dangerous. Cut off a whole block there. I think that was already a half block. That's already a half block. And then these here are probably half blocks as well. So I'm trying to trim as much weight as I can. I'm going to work these walls maybe, see if I can't trim a little weight out of those. It's not too bad, but I would like to fix it. Could do a little XML to try to fix a little bit of weight too if I need to, but so like I was considering texturing this wall here. Let's see, I should be able to cut that block out. Was that a half block already? It was. Okay. So I was considering texturing this a little bit anyway, so let's go ahead and do it. So let's look at the weight right now. So it's 795. So all I want to do is trim high weight. And so, like, a single block weighs, let's bring it up so you can see exactly what it weighs. It should be 1. 1, and then if we do a wedge, it is 1, and it covers 2 spots. So that's allowing me to cut some weight here. So what I was thinking of doing is doing this. And then we'll cut here. So 795 is where we were at. then go like that. Not a huge fan of that, but I'm just trying to test it out and see where we're at here. So that's like, that drops out, what, 19? I'm going to sink because I left a fucking hole in there somewhere. Where's the hole? Oh, right here on this microcontroller. Yeah, so don't think I want to do that. No, definitely not. So let's bring it back in. See how we can trim some weight off this sucker. You know, I want to trim the high weight too, so that's kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, I hope I have all my fucking tune-ins in here. Let me check all my tune-ins, make sure everything's tuned in. I'm not going to remember them all. Okay, I think we're pretty close here. I think we're good. Famous last words, I know. Check, make sure. If this is connected properly, yeah, we're good. All right. Just right before I deleted that, so it's not the end of the world. All right. Let's see. So one thing I could do is I could trim a little bit, but it's not really worth to do it, I don't think. Let's leave it. It's just, it's a tiny little issue, and it's going to lead to problems. So, yeah, let's not screw with it too much. All right, let's read some of his chat. How's it going, Hyperion? How are ya? Citrus, hello. I said hello, I believe, to Citrus already. A little bowling and pizza, nice. Not too much there, Ruben. Just working on, mostly on the lifeboat here, getting that fixed up. A lot of tuning. Kind of a tuning thing. Mostly. Yep, just fixing stuff on the lifeboat, and just, it's pretty well tuned up now. It was in rough shape, and it didn't take that long to get it kind of tuned up, but everything's tuned now. That's like, you know, that's where a lot of people get frustrated, is the tuning process, and it just takes practice. It's like a lot of things. There's no shortcut. You gotta keep practicing with it, come up with some methods that work. You know, nobody can give you a P value and a D value and an I value that will work perfectly on every vehicle. It's not going to happen. You have to tune it. And the quicker you just say, you know what, I have to learn how to tune it, and then I have to take the time to tune it, and then it will be better. You just have to do it. You know, you can't, there's no shortcut. There really isn't. You know, so one thing we can do is this. So let's count these. So, like, if I really wanted to fix this center of gravity, so, like, what would fix that lean on the boat is dropping this down to, like, say, like, if I could get this to drop more, I'd get rid of the lean. So, like, one thing we could do is this. We're at 794. Okay, so let's say, what are those, 3 bangs? Okay, and then what's the width? It won't drag. Just drag the block. I know you can't put it there, but just measure. It's 1 in front of the window. Okay, and I want to go to, like, say, here. Okay, so let's measure this. That is 8. So let's go 7. So we want to be odd numbers. So that's 7. So that's a 7 by 3. Okay. So one thing we could do is let's just conceptualize it. So that's 794. Okay, so let's do 1, 2, 3, and then 7. All right, so 794. So the lowest we'll ever get is down to 752. And then, like, say we did this. All right, and then, so that is now sealed up. All right, and then what we could do is we could cut out the middle block. Can't cut there, shit. I can cut like that, okay. And then we fill this one in like so. And then put a hard block here. And so I'm just trying to, what I'm doing is, if I were to XML this, I want to see what weight it would get down to. So I don't think it's worth it. That's losing 20 blocks. And you notice, like, this did not move very much. So for all this work, it's really not worth it. Like, so you see where it is right there? Let's back it up. You see how little of a change that would make to do all that work? So I don't think it's really worth it. And that's all that's correcting for is this tiny little lean I have while it's sitting flat. You know, as soon as I get moving, it rides perfectly, but we have a tiny little list when it's sitting flat. So that's it. Let me check, make sure we don't have any weight off-centered, but I think we're pretty good on that. Yeah, we're centered up, so I'm not really all that concerned about it. It's not a big deal. That little bit of list, it's not worth me screwing with. So we're not going to worry about it. I think I saved this boat. Nope. Let's load it up real quick. Okay, good. This is the latest version. We're good. All right, excellent. So, yep. So I think that's good. That, you know, again, getting too picky with some of the stuff isn't just worth it. All right. Any more chat? Not really. Nope. Okay. Let's see what we want to work on next. So the lifeboat is really well done. I don't want to do too much pid tuning today. It's already rotting my brain. So I was going to say I could work on the helicopter, but let's see. I'd like to build something new. Kind of in a building mood. Got this wrapped up. This is really good now. This works well. I did some testing with this. I easily went like all the way up here, over here, no fuel problems. We're going to have plenty of fuel on this, so we should have a good range from Tethys. One thing I should put in, we'll do lighting. I need to do that in there. Let's do that. Let's finish up all the cosmetic stuff. You know, I think it was Turtleman talking about you need lighting. I tend to do the mechanics first, and then I do like decoration stuff. You know, this got a little bit of a decoration pass before other stuff, but generally I do mechanics first, because if it's mechanically not going to work, I'm not even going to work on it. So it's, you know, it gets its mechanical pass first, and then it goes into decoration and other bullshit. Sometimes when I get bored with the mechanic stuff, I'll go and do a little bit of decorating here and there. But like, the boat had a really funky shape. I'll show you the funky shape. I didn't like it, but I was working the mechanics first, and then I went in and made it pretty, you know. That's in, and then we got plenty of space for micro, and then let's put it on this side maybe, right about, well, I don't know. What happened here? How did that get broken? How the hell did that get broken off? Lost this. Oh, it was when I deleted the 3 panels I had symmetry on. That would be why. Okay. That's when it happened. All right. Let's see. Grab this panel here. Probably stick a heater in here as well for Arctic operations. So I'd like this to be all weather, all places, all opportunities. So I need to put in, yeah, we'll keep working on this. I got a bunch of stuff I still need to add to this. I need to add speed, RPM, engine instrumentation. So our speed's in, but I need to add engine instrumentation. That will go there. Dimmer panel. And then this is on lighting, so lighting goes in the hot bus. So where's hot bus? Hot bus is the top bus, okay. Okay, that's good. And then we'll add the heater on here. All right, that's in there. Did I number it? I think I did, but we'll check it. Nope. Not good. Add heater on here. I should just add one with the heater. I always put the heater on here usually, so. Okay. All right, let's see. Where can I put the heater? Anywhere, really. Probably anywhere in this back wall. Probably here is fine. I'm on additive paint, that's why. Okay. All right, so heater's there. Let's go ahead. Heater's going to go to the cold side. All right, and then we want to hook that up. All right, let's go ahead and check the RGB light is plugged in. All right, good. Let's make sure that's electrified. So I need to add nav lights back on. I had nav lights, and then they got detached. So I need to reattach nav lights. I don't know where I want them yet. That's kind of the issue. Let's find a spot for the micro. What are we talking? 3-banger? 3-banger right here. Okay. Symmetry off. Right there. Okay. What I like to do, I like to put them behind the seats. Because if you put the seats in there and you put tools, it gives you good spots to stick extra microcontrollers. Gotta build it like that, just knowing that I'm gonna need spots for microcontrollers. Alright, so that's good. Alright. So we have lights, we have heater now. Let's see. Nav lights, I'm trying to think where the hell I want to put these nav lights. I might just stick them in here, right here. Yeah, let's see, right here, I think. I don't want them too low, but they're a pain in the ass, too. Let's see if I hate them if I put them here. Symmetry. Okay. I had them in there, and I took them out because I didn't like their positioning. I didn't like a bunch of stuff about them, so... Okay. No, I don't hate that. It's a little busy in the back. I might move them, though. That's the problem, is it's getting busy back here. I might try to stick them here. See if I hate this here. And then this should be able to be two. Yep, those will cut. Okay. That's fucked up there. That's not gonna work there. Okay. Try here. That's gonna be screwed up the whole way across. Okay, I don't want it there then. Could just run them low. They're gonna have to be low because the stern. That's right where the fucking heater is. Okay. Drop the heater down one. There we go. They gotta put the nav light there. So let's just do them in line here. Let's do them right here. It's right on the water line. It's not ideal, but it's all right. Won't make a big deal out of it. Okay, there we go. Oh, get fucked. There we go. All right, that's done. Let's hook up electricity. Okay, and then we want to just key switch it. So it's going to come off the key switch. We'll just start the nav lights on. All right, good. So that's in. Fix the color inside. Did I script that additive? I did. You son of a bitch. Okay. All right, there we go. So that's nav lights and interior lights in. I need to hook up the light for this, what I want for that, and I need to hook up engine instrumentation. So let's move this. cut that, move it there, right in front of me. And then I want to put in another panel. And this should hopefully finish this up. All right. And then we want engine information here. English language me speak. Let's see. I think I already have overheat protection, seeing it came from the tutorial. What are we running up to? 20, 21, 1200. Volts. Okay, that's gonna be 4. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and I think I want backlight to be red on this. Okay, let's see. I should have a node I can pull off of this. Here, let's check it. Yeah, definitely. I've got a PID tuner in here, so I can run that out. First, RPS. Yeah, so we've got the PID tuner is going to be... So one thing that helps you get a little bit faster at some of the stuff is, like, I knew I needed to PID tune this, so I didn't bother doing this information stuff until then because I needed the node. Let's go ahead and we'll write this out. So let's see, where are we at here? Right number. All right, so 3 is 1. There we go. RPS is going M. So let's go ahead and get a function. X times 60. That's going to 2. All right, what's the next one? We need bat and we need volts. So where's my battery reads? Here. Okay, battery reads there. So we need a function. So I want percentage on battery. So X times 100. And then I need, let's see. Let's do, let's see, delta. X times 3600. All right, good. And that's going to go battery goes here, and then this is voltage right there. Okay, line you up. Perfect. Ooh, that was a good guess. Guessed it right on the money where it had to be. Perfect. All right, good. And then this here is going to be info engine, is an output right there. Okay. All right, good. So that's all set. So let's grab that. That goes right to there. Key switch. We need electricity. Let's do that. Key switch is going to turn on the backlight. There we go. Let's go test everything out that we just put in. Missed something. Let's see. AD is steering, reset, WS throttle. Left, right, nothing. Up, down, nothing. Trigger is 0 thrust push. Good. 1 is spotlight. Okay. Save it as the backup. I keep saving over this one. It's time to move to the backup now. All right, there we go. Let's go test everything out that I just added. All right, so now we have a little bit of different panel orientation. So there we go. So now I have speed, heading, and depth in front of me. I have engine temp, RPM, Battery, I'm not reading battery because I didn't... What? Why is that not reading? And voltage, that's interesting. Let's check 1. I didn't plug in the lights, so no wonder that doesn't work. Let's go ahead, turn on the whites, the reds, bright, dim, good. Heater, good. All right, so that's all plumbed in. Let's see, why is battery funky? Check that. Delta battery times 100, battery. It's the right node. Okay, did I not plug it in? Let's see. They're plugged in. Engine panel info times 60 off the RPS. Yeah, RPS and temp are reading, so this panel's fine. It's 1 through 4. That's correct, unless I didn't put them in there. Delta X 100. Make sure I didn't screw up my formulas. X times 100 is good. X times 3600, that should be good. Delta is bat there. Yep, that should work. Why are you not functioning correctly here? Let's see, guy. Make sure the battery's plugged into there. That's it. Battery's not plugged in. It's this battery. The other one's a backup battery. It goes to this right here in the event that we run our battery down. So that was it. It wasn't plugged in. Make sure infinite electricity is off as well. It is. Okay, good. All right, there we go. Voltage and bat. We're discharging. I didn't hook up the light again for the 9 millionth time. Let's do that. All right, seat 1 is going to the light. All right, there we go. Then I want the color of the light to be this. There we go. Excellent. All right, let's hopefully get some final testing in here, and then we'll be ready. I think this is good. But even like these small builds, you know, you can go into infinite amount of detail in this shit, and that's kind of cool. Really kind of make it as complicated or as simple as you want. All right, voltage, battery is good. We're discharging, which we should be because the engine's not revved up. We have a light. Let's go ahead and go night. Check it out. All right. So, all right. The light's probably a little on the dim side, but also I don't want to be blinding like if we turn it toward the dock, we'll actually see what it's going to look like. Yeah, you see, like, turn towards the dock, plenty bright. It's just, like, shining straight out ahead of us. Can't tell. Nav lights are on and good. So they're a pretty good height. I was afraid they were too low, but no, that's good. And then let's go ahead and we'll run with red runnings. Perfect. So it can handle any weather conditions. It can go up to 100% wind. It still operates, no problem. It should not... Swamp boat's an interesting idea. Should not tip over. You know, if it does tip over, it should tip right back up. It's still weighted below the water line, so it should rotate. Just not as low as I'd like, and I really don't want to go into... I'm not going to XML do glitch stuff. Like, I try to minimize what I put glitches on. It's really, like, I don't see much use in putting it on everything. And you start... lazy is not the right word. You start getting complacent with it, and you use the XML to fix all of your problems instead of trying to do some of the inherent stability things that will help fix your problems, and so I don't like doing it too much. All right, let's save this up, and I think that is licked, but elevator works well on Tethys, too, so let's read some chat. Make a swamp boat. Swamp boat is interesting. That would be interesting to do. All right, so this is good. Let's quickly look. I don't think I've worked on much else. Let's quickly look through my builds here. Yeah, that's the good thing with XML is, like, for example, I do pretty minimal XML, and part of the thing for me is I want a more vanilla game. And so I tend to play, it's a personal choice. And so it's also like, I don't like the shimmer of XML, stuff like that. So like this right here is XML'd to cover fins. I like to use XML to cover things that shouldn't be there. Like you would have trim tabs on a real boat, so I make them visible. I made them overly visible by putting them on a post. You have a rudder on a boat, so I make all that visible, but like you generally don't have trim tabs in the bow. So I like to hide that stuff, and so that's what I like XML for. Like, for example, one thing I was going to potentially do to fix some weight issues was I could cut out all these blocks. That brings us down, 10? 10 blocks, 10 mass. And then, so if I put this, oh, you motherfucker. If I go like this, I can't, I'd have to do 3, but let's say I did 3, right? So we're talking another, another 5. So 15 off, and so you're only losing 7.5 weight. You could put an XML block in here to cover all the half blocks so that it looks like whole blocks, but it's a half block to save 7 weight. That is a cool thing to do too, that's helpful. But, that's what I really like XML. Like, it's all aesthetic choices too, is very personal. So like some people like to do super duper XML stuff for all their stuff, and I'm not always a huge fan of it. I think sometimes it looks, I don't like the look. Like, I don't want to be, let's go through some workshop builds real quick. But like, I have, like, we all have our own aesthetic choices that we like and things that we really don't like. And so like, I'm trying to find some sawtooth. Here, let's go like this. But I'm not a huge fan of the sawtooth look. Sometimes people will do that sawtoothy look, and I don't like it. I would rather have a flat-looking vehicle than sawtooth. I don't like too much clutter. Like, I do not like this sawtooth look here. I'm not a fan of it. It's just not, like that, I'm not interested in that at all. Does not interest me. I don't like it, and so personally I wouldn't put it on. Doesn't mean it's a bad build. I do like some of this stuff, like the rustiness on this, but it's too much. It's too busy for me. So I personally don't like doing it too much. It's too busy. I find it way too busy. Like here's more sawtooth. Not a fan of sawtooth at all. Like some people will do it with their wings. Like see if a couple planes. Like Jan used to make some fantastic airplanes, but I just not a huge fan of the. I don't think the camber, not the camber, the anhedral or dihedral on the wing is as important to me as not having this chunky weird look to me. Personally, I don't like it. Trying to find some other like examples of stuff. I'm trying to find something that's like overly XML that I would say is too much. Like sometimes you'll see XML and it's just way, way too much. It's just like, and then you'll get shimmer of blocks and you'll see the clipping and it's just like, that's when it, like, I find it distracting. So sometimes you can over XML to the point where I find it distracting. Like people used to always use it for windows and you'd get it would be almost opaque on one side of the window, and that would be really distracting or make it so you can't see out the window. And so, but it's all personal preference. That's one of the reasons why I have like the community voting is like, I remember in the car one, the community voted for who I thought they were going to vote for, is they really loved like the overdone XML on somebody's build. And I personally wasn't a huge fan of all the XML cosmetic work. It was too busy for me. And it took me out of it. It was like, it's a lot of work, and it was cool. And I'm glad they won the community favorite because it just wasn't my art style. And so I picked a couple that were within my art style because it was a very much an aesthetic build. And then the community got to pick the one they liked, which was very much within their art style, which was cool. And that's why I like having that community voting. Is sometimes the community values different things than I do, and I'm glad that what the community values can be showcased as well. Like, I'm not seeing too many that are like overly XML'd, but like sometimes ooh, look at this, who's this man? Sometimes you'll get that stuff that's just like way overdone XML, and it's like it's just like they shimmer everywhere. It's busy. Like this was something that I was thinking of doing at one point, was a 3-wheeler. It would be kind of cool. Just kind of find some inspiration now too. It's kind of fun to go through the builds. We'll go through some pictures. I'm still kind of in a building mood. So kind of thinking, I'd like to make some more drones. I need an underwater drone, but I don't want to work an underwater drone right now. So that instead of having man to come and blow us up, we can use a drone to help bring up a bomb. Some cool stuff on here, though. Check some screenshots, some cool screenshots. That's what I like when everybody's posting their builds. You know, it's a lot of fun. It's good inspiration. There are things that I would have never thought of doing. Like this is I love this. Like Igor does a great job on these panels. Like this is something I like to see. This is the type of old school panel that I don't know, 80s, 90s, probably more 90s than 80s, but like this is the art style that these were. Is they had this green background. This is gorgeous. This is kind of like what I made my panel inside of, you know, the lifeboat is kind of off that style, but this is really well composed off Igor F73. Like this is a good color choices, the different grays, that old school green that you used to have. Let me see if I can see 1980s monitors. Like, yeah, like think Alien. Like this is like 1980s monitors. Like this is what I like to see. You know, that's the art style that I really dig and I gravitate towards. It's really cool, and I like to put this in my builds. You know, like this is the kind of XML that I want to do. You know, I don't want to do like super modern, like holographic bullshit. Does not interest me, and it's fine if that's what people like, but it's just not what I like. Like this is like very Alien to me. Like Alien had the yellow font. You know, and this was what IBM computers were like in the 70s and 80s. Was like that, you know, and so that's kind of the art style that I like for a lot of these things. Like, you know, see Skynet on there. You know, like that's Terminator. That was those movies had that art style, which was really cool, and that's what I like. Like you can say, like, you know, it's all based off the 1980s monitors. They were 1980s movies using 1980s computers, and so they had that art style, which was really cool to me. You know, so that's kind of like, that's one of the art styles I like, and so I like this type of gauge. Really speaks to me. Keep going, trying to find some inspiration. Kind of see what's going on. We'll go through some of the creation showcases and see what everybody's building. Kind of gets me inspired to build things. That's why I like when the community goes quiet and stops sharing things. It's kind of a bummer. You know, it's like when people will quickly say, oh, the game's dying, or the game's dead, or oh, nobody's building anymore, or everybody quit. And it's like, dude, go look at any of the showcases. You know, just because your favorite builder decided to, you know, throw a tantrum and quit, or you had somebody who legitimately was just over it and quit, you know, it doesn't mean that other people are not still building, you know. And it's fun to check out all their stuff, you know. But there's cool stuff on here. Trying to see. But it's like there's some really cool stuff that just like is like this one is really well done XML. This I don't think is overdone. This is nicely done XML. This would be right up my alley for. This is like the level of XML. Like you see a little bit of. I think they XML. Did they XML the pipe? Yeah, right here. There's an XML pipe there. This could be angled as well. They might have angled the wheel. I can't tell. Yeah, it's right here. That's an XML'd pivot. They did some here for the control handle. Like this is tastefully done XML. It's not overload. Like you still see they still have some default blocks on there. And so I like that. That's very tastefully done XML. It's not overdone by any stretch of the imagination. Some of them, like I don't want to pick on anybody's if I see one that's super duper overdone as far as I'm concerned. But again, it's all personal taste. Like this one is artfully done. Like you can see they XML'd the piping. They did a little bit here. It's tastefully done. It's not like this looks like a completely alien craft that you couldn't build in game. Like you'd spend like 20% of your time maybe doing some XML work. You know, not like 90% of your build was XML, you know. And that's what I kind of like is, you know, like, let's look at this SU-25. Like, that's my SU-25 needs some XML work. This one here, let's look at the shape of it. Like, this one here, actually, it's a little bit on the square side, but, like, there's probably, I can't even tell if there's XML on this one. But, like, mine needs a bigger hump on it, so it needs some XML, like 15 blocks, 1x15s. But, like, it's just, like, sometimes, oh, there's a floating text right there. Look at that. That was for a challenge. It was, you know, sometimes people just overdo it, man. And it's just not for me. Oh, look at that. Who's this guy? You know, and it gets to the point, too, where it's like, are we even playing the same game anymore? If you XML that much, it's like, you've just completely brought in all these new parts, and it's like, you know, part of the fun, I think, is if we all have the same toys in the toys box, and to see what people are going to do with it. That's like, when I've contemplated having a challenge without XML cosmetic, it's for that reason. It's, I want us to all have the same parts sometimes, and see how people come up with new and interesting ways to do the parts. Now, everybody could theoretically learn how to do the XML and have the same parts, but it's like, it's kind of nice to say, you know, we all have the exact same parts, see what you can do with them. You know, that's part of that too. It's nice to do every once in a while. But yeah, some cool builds in here. We'll quickly look through. I like these from Lexicon and Off. Those old Fords are really cool. I like cab overs. There's a good reason why they went away from cab overs. Is like, it's easy to get killed driving a cab over. You know, you have nothing to protect you from a crash. And but cab overs are super cool. Yeah, a bunch of cool stuff in here. Like, here's a bunch of, like, here's an XML pack. You know, offer some cool stuff. But I'm not all that super interested in downloading like an XML pack and doing it, because it's also, it could easily get broken. And like some of the people who were really complaining after pressure pressure major update, part of their complaint was they used so many glitches that when it, ooh, there's my piston still up there. When they use so many glitches that when something gets changed, nothing of theirs works because they relied on glitches. And I don't ever want to rely on glitches. And that's part of the thing, is if you rely on a glitch, understand a glitch could get patched out at any point. And so if 98% of your builds have a glitch in it, if they make a change that patches something out, none of your builds are going to work. And so the sky falls for you and it becomes a big problem. And so, yeah, it's kind of personal choice. I'm not going to let that happen. You know, I'm not going to rely on it too much. Let's check some of the creation stuff here. Let's check some chat too. We're at. Swamp Boat is neat too. Oh, your crane was on there. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, that was a cool crane. I'll have to use it sometimes. I see the Hyperion. I forget for a second it's you. Where the hell's my sweater? I'm freezing to death. Let's see. Yes. I like to bring it up every once in a while. The 80s chose me, yes, just like with Vice. Yeah, a no XML. I'm definitely going to do a no XML at some point. It has to be for the right challenge. For example, let's say that I did something that's teeny tiny. Sometimes it's fun to have XML in there because it's so small. And I think about the thing like I want to cover a couple fins. Sometimes, especially for small builds, it's almost a necessity. But I'm definitely going to do one at some point where it's like, nope, you know. And sometimes, like, you get people bow out, and, you know, it's fine. Like, there are certain challenges where you're going to have people who normally participate who just don't want to or can't, you know. You have some people who are just specialists who only ever build boats, and so you build something other than a boat, they just lose interest. Oh, this is the boat you're talking about with the stability system? That's cool. That's a nice little rib. Little single engine, almost like kind of like a turbo beaver there. JHDs, making a lot of these. Like, see this? Like that sort of thing. It's cool. It's a nice window, but it bugs me that it has that shimmer, that it has that higher opacity because it was XML. You get that like very frosted look, and I'm not a fan of that. So personally, if it was on my build, that would be something that I would say, yeah, it's not worth doing, because I just don't personally like that that opacity on it. This was when it was going 60 yesterday. Here's the carrying people. But yeah, like some cool builds in here. The train cars and containers. I was thinking of doing some stuff, doing like some standardized containers. Like I want to build this crane. It's a, I just put it on my, I already have the excavator. I would rip apart the excavator and put the crane on there. If I was going to do that, because I don't want to completely revamp it. And then these are some of my IRL pictures of the container lifters. And there's Alistair's lifter there. It reminded me of these that we used to see at the rail yard. The LeBaire is huge. The LeBaire is way oversized, but it's really cool. I like I've never seen them use that LeBaire at the rail yard. Yep, there's a crab. Let's go to the regular one, and we'll keep looking through some of these. We won't spend too much time looking through, but it's kind of nice to go through, like, some of these. I get good inspiration by these. That's why, you know, it's like when people talk, you know, are all negative, and it's like, oh, everybody quit, game's dying. It's like, dude, go check the official Discord and, like, look. Every, like, couple seconds, you're getting somebody posting a picture of what they're working on. It's like, you know, it's they way overblow it. This was a neat one here. Got a sleeper on there with an old, looks like a Ural or something. With the boat on it. That's cool. I like that picture. I saw that earlier. That was neat. A little bit of space. The Final Frontier. This is pretty funny. There's JD's. You know, Butthole does some really good, has a good eye for this stuff. I like seeing some Mercedes stuff. Some of those old Mercedes are really cool. Is that MiG-23? Yeah. It's good work in the MiG-23. Like, you see a little bit of XML work here and there, but it's not overdone. Like, this is probably XML'd and... Nah, maybe not. No, that's not in there. That looks like 1x4s, a long stretch of 1x4s. But good detailing work on that. Like, I tend to, like, I move on to the next build before I'd ever get in the detail work or that much on the paint. That's, it looks fantastic, but it's just like, at that point, I want to move on to the next build or go play some. You know, I can't, like, I don't, like, it doesn't matter to me that much that it looks pristine, that I just don't, like, care to go into that much detail. Like, oh, there's a cool hog. That's why I haven't worked on my motorcycle, is they just get oversized. Like, you see how huge it is? Like, I've got a big motorcycle. My motorcycle is like 8 feet long, and it's, like, not that big. Like, these are, like, old-school looking computers. I really like that. That's kind of the aesthetic that I like. I've been watching York. York won the community favorite for Build Challenge India. We've got to get York in here at some point to work his boat. But that's a cool sub he's working on. Very cool. I like that. Kind of almost 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Looky. Like, see, this is a beautiful boat. The sawtooth just, I like immediately, it's not, I don't like the sawtooth. Like, really good detailing, like, on the lines here, and I like the work here on the rub rail there. Everything above here is gorgeous, and then this just completely turns me off on it. It's an aesthetic choice that it's just not for me. Like, beautiful XML work in here, and like this is just like, nope, can't do it. It just turns me right off on that. Like, I tend to make my hulls more boring like this, where they're flattened, and I'd rather that than that sawtooth. It's just an aesthetic choice. Doesn't mean it's bad or wrong. It's just, you know, different opinions on what we like. Chris made a really good, I like this fire truck. I was thinking of making something, this picture inspired me to make this size of a fire truck. Like, I have the big, huge tiller, which is kind of a pain in the ass for some of the small stuff. It would be nice to have a short axle fire truck like that. Oh, look at that. What is me? Oh, me, please. Okay, I was like, I thought it was a W. I did a little dyslexicon for a moment there. FJ Warner. This is a good one. Big ass Johnny there. It's a cool little stand tug. It's a cool pick. Yeah, like FJ Warner, like, I like the style in this. Like, it's not a lot of XML. It's not overdone. You know, so that speaks to me. But it's like, oh my god, he pumps out a ton. Like, see, this is that Sawtooth that I don't care for. There's the guts of Chris M's fire truck. Like, for me personally, going in the XML detailing to make a V engine really just, like, it doesn't, like, I'm not all that into that. Like, I think it looks great, but it's just like, that's not something I'm gonna spend my time doing. You know, I'll hide it. That's one reason I don't like. I don't want to bother doing the detail in the engine bay to do like a tilt cab. Sometimes, like if it's just a regular hood, I'll do that, but just don't value it enough. These were cool ships. I like these. I saw these all axe bows. Cool to see an axe bow in action. This is well done here, like the shaping on the rudder and stuff like that. I like that build, that one. Remember that. This was really good. I like Britzilla's. This made me want to build something. You know, this was a good inspiration. I want to build, like, my dream. Let's see if I can find, I don't know. I had, like, a car that I thought would be a cool car. Maybe 70s. I think it was more 70s. I'm trying to, it could be 50s. Yeah, it was probably 60s or 50s. Wow. Yeah, 60s. So, like, this is something that I wanted to do was, like, I wanted to build a car that would be like a 60s hearse. And you put a big engine... are you going to open the picture? Or are you going to dick me? Like, this old school 60s hearse with a big blower in it. And you put big slicks on the back. And, you know, have a big, huge shifter in the middle with shag carpeting on the ceiling. And just... I just think that would be super cool. So... thinking something like that would be cool to build in game, and that was kind of reminding me of that. This is cool. I like this made me want to build a DC-3. That's a cool, this was my favorite corporate jet, Falcon 900. No, was it the 9? I think it was Falcon 900. Then they went to the Falcon 2s. Dash 8, looks like a Yak 42. This could be anything. But it's nice to go through here and get some inspiration. When you kind of like can't figure out what to build, that's when it's kind of cool. This was cool by Glacelin. The key truck there, the floating key truck. I like that. That was really cool. I remember that from a week ago, or whenever the picture came out. It says I said a week. It's like 3 days ago. Joffredi did a fantastic job on this paint job. That's nuts. That is nuts under there. That's brutal. Like that, I would never do that. Like that would just be like, I could not like sit there for that long fucking around with paint. I really couldn't. I'd want to, like, I could sit there and tune a PID for that long. There's the Britzilla car. Yeah, that car really speaks to me. It's funny the things that just like stick out to you. Here, look at there's your lift there, Alistair. See, this this is why the devs don't you know, the devs have talked about you know, why they don't say who made the screenshot, because they're afraid of getting backlash from people being like, The dev said that he made that, you know, and it's like, so they don't want to get in the fray. They're just taking a cool picture. They're doing, like, I've always enjoyed it. Like, I've had quite a few of my pictures in the weekly updates. Never once have I been like, oh my God, they didn't even say my name. Like, how self-fucking-involved is that? It's like, I enjoy it when they put it up there, but it's like, I don't need them to say my name. And then Phil does a good job of attributing them. So if Phil gets it wrong, it's not the end of the world. I attribute them in my videos. If I get them wrong, it's not a big deal where it's on the div. Somebody might send me a message, hey, that was actually my screenshot, or that was my build, you know, and, you know, it's not a big deal. Where if it's the devs, it's another thing for them, people to bitch and complain about. So the devs have decided, hey, we put it in the top, images may be used in announcements, and guess what? You know, if we're not going to say who did it because we're afraid we're going to get it wrong and you guys are going to complain, so we just leave them there. You guys can find it on your own. You know, this was, I like this one. This one spoke to me. I really like this one. I've gone back to this a couple times. Like, this is purposefully, like, XMLs all over the place. Like, I like the nozzles a lot. I like some of the XML work to do, you know, manifold covers. The pipe's a little bit much for me, but it's designed, like, this is purposefully supposed to be too much. And so I like it. Like, this one had me laughing. I keep going back to that one. That's a good motorcycle. This one's interesting me. This one was really a cool build. There's the lift again. There's Krabby. This one, this another butthole. This one interested me too. I like that with the big pusher tire in there. That was really cool. I like that one. The 104, the Widowmaker, the plane that I would be terrified to fly. I really like this one from Big Man. Big Man's, I like the look of these cab overs. Those are cool from Big Man. This is like, what the hell is going on here? People will do something like this. I'm like, why are you building that? Like, for what reason? Like, what would this ever need to be used? Like, I literally don't have a 5x5 in anything. And, like, it's like, what is the point of it? Like, I could do it just for the funsies of it, but, like, you know, often it's like people don't know how to gear correctly, and so they'll put way oversized engines. This is a cool build that spoke to me. I really like this. Like, that would be cool to have a mining operation that just had huge vehicles like that. I really like the lighthouse from FJ Warner there. It was cool. Yeah, so anybody who's like, where do the builds come from for the weekly update? Here. Like, literally, it says it right there. I know, we'll do like 5 minutes of grouch in here. But like, oh my God, one of these was so miserable. It was all, did I go the wrong way? I did. It was like, literally, I think at one point people were trolling. But, like, literally, like, it was like every other one was like, oh, what's that plane? Oh, it was the Britzilla one. It was 100% the Britzilla one. It was this one. This update, it was like constantly every other post was asking for the link to that plane. And then it was on Reddit too, and I kind of did a passive aggressive showing people how to find it. Let's see. See how many ones asking for the plane. Like, literally, it does not take you long to find that plane. It really does not. It's like, first of all, you go to Phil, right here. You know, it tells you who put the picture up. Okay, Level 99 Fishing. Level 99 Fishing made the little vehicle going into Britzilla's, okay? So, copy that, all right? This is how you find these friggin' things. It's not hard, and literally every week, it's like... It's every other question was that. It's like if people literally went up one post, the answer was there. And like people were just like, it's the lazy people who don't read. You know, I don't like to call people lazy, but it's lazy when you didn't read 3 posts up. I get it when it's like 1,000 posts up. Ah, shit. Old. Let's see. Probably one of those people that change their friggin' name every week. But anyways, it was, you know, like I did a Reddit post on it. Like somebody was asking for it. And I go, this is all you do. Go to the vehicle showcase. Find it. You know, it's within that day. You can search on the day of. Find it. See, you know, right there they said they used Britzilla's thing. Search Stormworks Britzilla into Google. Like literally, this is how quickly it takes you to find that. Stormworks. Britzilla. Bingo. Search. Just search the fucking thing. Why you gotta be a pain in the ass here? Right there. Britzilla workshop items. Okay, I'm looking for that plane. Oh my god, it's on the... It was on the second page. Let me see. Right here. There it is. It's on the third page now. It took literally, like, how many seconds to do that? You know, that's all the effort it takes to really go look those things up, and it's like... That's why it frustrates me. It's just... Like, literally, like, most of those people needed to look, like, 2 comments up. Like, I'll stay on this hobby horse for 2 seconds here. Let's go find this, because this was super annoying, like, the state of, like, how lazy people can get with this, and whatever. I'll call them out for being lazy on this one, but, like literally, Phil, every time Phil puts it in there, who did it, okay? And then, like, you literally go through here, and it was, like, post after post after post. You know, right here, what aircraft is that? Somebody says it. What aircraft is that? That was them asking. All right. And then it was like pretty much every like 5 posts was asking about that plane. What's the plane in the thumbnail? Here's the guy asking, answering again. What's the plane in the thumbnail? That was the question from there. I need the name. What's the plane? We need the name. Do you know what the vehicles are? Again, Phil has already put who posted the pictures. Go do a little research yourself. What's the big red plane called? Right there. More people asking. More people answering. I'm only wondering what plane is. Literally, like, no, all people would have to do is go up like 3 posts, and they would be able to find the answer they're looking for. You know, that's why it's frustrating. Is it's like just look up a couple answers and you'll find it, dude. It's really not that hard. But that's my kind of one of my points of frustration on there. All right, let's catch up on chat. Yeah, I tend to... Like, if I was going to do a no XML, it would be a no XML aesthetics build, likely. You know, that would be what I would do, was a no XML aesthetics build. And it would be something small. It would be like, you know, maybe a car or something, no XML. Like, something like that. You know, and it would be the very, and it would be a very much that's the point of the challenge is, I want you to build something attractive without building your own blocks. Use the blocks in game and use your skill to be able to make something attractive with the blocks we have. You know, so that would be when I would use it. You know, for most part, XML cosmetics is staying, but I will probably do one build where one challenge where it's like, that's the point of the challenge. And that's what the challenge would be, is don't go in XML 1x3 if you need it. Find the blocks that you need and use them, you know. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Sawtooth. How's it going there, Zachy? Not too much. Did some worked on the lifeboat, most of it, and just been going through, getting some inspiration from builds, looking at some cool stuff on the workshop and the various Discords. Fortnite. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking for the next land build challenge, is something to no XML. Just use stock blocks, man. Like, people become super reliant on it, and it's nice to see, you know, what it takes. Like, you know, most of my stuff I try to use stock blocks, and it's to limit myself, you know, and it's to, you know, we all have the same toy box, and we get to use the same toys. It's kind of nice to do every once in a while. Let's go ahead and... we got Alistair here, right? So let's go ahead and let's do some fishing. Bring in some members, and let me send a quick message to York. Or let me look and see if York's on. We're gonna do it anyway, but if York is on and wants to join, it makes it easy. Where is the build voting? I was trying to find the easiest way to find them. All right, send him a message. We're not gonna wait, but let's go ahead and it's dark as night. Let's go ahead and make it day as day, and let's go ahead and we'll do that. All right, there we go. Get a little weather going. Oh, this is still sitting here. All right. Ah, shit. All right, let me go back. I forgot to load this as a multiplayer game. Typical, typical, typical. All right, so we'll bring Alistair in. Did you send me, DM me your friend code, Alistair? And we'll get your boat in. I gotta quickly download it. Make sure it's downloaded. I try to get the latest version too, so let me get that. Let's find the old Ralph here. Where is it? All right, so I'll load this up. Let me, I'm going to go to that for now as I load up the game in multiplayer. Let me make sure I get the right password so it doesn't screw up everybody. All right, thank you, Alistair. I'll send you one in a second here. Let me send you the password first. Sure I'm not broadcasting that. All right, good. 900 windows open as usual. All right, so that's loading up. Let me fix Steam so that everybody can join. I'm currently invisible, so I'm going to go visible. Okay, let's grab Alistair's info. All right, invites out, so you should be able to join me now with the password. Open to any members. Members. So we're doing members and build challenge winners at the moment. So, okay. All right, let's go ahead and we'll get the Ralph out. So like I really liked Alistair's hull on here. That was a lot of XML work, but you know, it's tastefully done. It's not like overdone. It gives us a nice natural shape. You know, it was in the service of making it look, you know, realistic, but it's not like overdone, you know. So I like that. I'm gonna quickly check money. 373,672. 373,672. And we're gonna turn on. Let's see, player damage off. Infinite fuel we don't need. Infinite resources we need. That can go off. Let me recall it and spawn it again. All right, with infinite resources on, I don't have to worry about the fuel. So that's in. All right. And I'm just gonna go quickly grab. Try not to do foolish bullshit. I'm gonna go grab a quick coffee here. I'll just kind of watch the Ralph there, and you guys can start joining members. The members have the password who need it. Let me check. Somebody sent me a message. I want to see if York messaged me. Okay, it was the thumbs up from Alistair. Okay. All right. Oh, you're on the pathway, yeah. All right. Looks like Citrus is joining. Yep. So start with that. With the Ralph, I can launch Citrus boat. I'm gonna get all the challenge winners done first before we start adding anyone else's boats. But I'm gonna go get a. What's up, Alistair? I see the hey captain there. Let me quickly get back where I got 2 chats going. I need to get a coffee and I need to roll my back really quick or I'm gonna be useless. That's all right. I'll open it up to some more people. Daniel K. I'm just trying to get more. I gotta get all the build challenge winners done first, and then open up to the members first, part of membership, and then I just increased the player count. Initially, I was afraid to do any more than just members for player count and desync problems, but we've been doing pretty well. So I just increased the player cap to 10. So we will be able to start taking some people. I'm going to go with people who've been hanging around, who've been members, or not members, but have been community members for longer, who've been hanging around, like, you know, like Daniel K. and like Faffy and CG and guys who've been around. Like, somebody who shows up today is not getting on over people who've been around here for, you know, years. You know, that's not going to happen. No, not right now, no. Just doing members. You know, I may add some of the people who've been hanging around for a while, who've been Discord members for a while. Whoever is this Alistair in front of me? I don't have the names on. You if you have orange shirt on, red shirt on there, Alistair. Why doesn't Alistair grab the boat? Move that out. I'll put out another boat. Transport 2 cops. No thanks. Yep, so move Ralph out of the way, and then I'll launch Citrus's boat. You guys can play with those 2 for now. I gotta go roll my back, or I'm not gonna be able to operate here. Citrus, what's your 1020, son? I was afraid I clicked it just you were still in range. Gonna click it. All right, there's Citrus's boat. I'm going to go quickly get a coffee and do that. I'll put myself somewhere prominent so you guys can see them playing. Try to fish without too much nonsense, guys, if you don't mind. It's infinite resources on. Are you out of fuel? Here, let me just click. Are you out of fuel, Alistair? Is that your issue? Because I put on infinite resources. So. Yeah, it's infinite resources. That's okay. It's Amanda. Infinite resources are on so that we don't have to worry about fuel being on this base. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go take care of my back. We're gonna have a problem. Okay, stand by. York's talking to me here, so. Alright, we try to get York into. So what's the verdict? Everybody good on fuel, right? I turned on infinite resources, so it should fill your boats up 100% when you spawn, when they're spawned. Okay, excellent. Yep, so York's gonna join. Yeah, I try to get out my obligations first. You know, like I have the obligation for the people who won, so they get first crack at you know, getting their boats in. And then after that, we can bring in some member boats. All right, so York should be able to join now. He's added, and then I'm going to just quickly get a coffee, and I got to do my back, so I'll be right back. All right, nice. I'm going to go quickly spawn up York's boat. Let me grab the latest version. I deleted all of them so that I could get the latest versions as well. So there we go. All right. Bring the old pop in. All right, York can jump right on the on his boat and get that moving. All right, so that's in. There we go. All right, I still need to get a coffee. How many we have in right now? Let's see, 1, 2. That's AI. So we have at least 4 on. Okay. All right, so I'll go with, you know, long-time people if you want to join. Like Daniel said you wanted to join, right? Zachy, you can join if you want. You're a member. Okay. Daniel, did you want to go? Oh, nice. CG changed a couple parts. That's cool. Sorry, I'm a little bit back on that. What I'll probably start doing too is there's some people here who have been on for, you know, they've been following me for years, and so they're gonna get first crack at the fishing and whatnot. You know, members are always in because, you know, that's a reward for them being members. And then we've got the people who won the challenge get on, as that is I owe them their boats being looked at. So we'll sit on Ralph here. I gotta go get a coffee still. We'll kind of sit and watch everybody fish. Some of the people who've been around for a long time, like Daniel K's been around forever. They'll get next crack at it. What I'm probably going to do is for non-members is I'll do like a whitelist. And so I kind of have a list on Discord. I haven't done it yet. And You know, so if you want to fish, and then I might keep track of like how many times somebody's fished. So like if somebody's been out 20 times, and then you've got somebody who wants to come on who's never been out, you know. But we should be able to get quite a few people out here. I put it up to, look at that, beautiful fish. We should be able to get quite a few people out here. So, you know, I've been kind of taking it slow, making sure we don't turn into a laggy mess. But we have 3 vehicles here. We have quite a few people. You know, what do we have? 4, me, and so I upped the limit to 10. So should be able to take some extra people. I'm not gonna take people who just show up because again, I'm trying. This is my career game. I'm not gonna destroy the save. I want it to kind of be, you know, reasonable and not just taking in anybody. Will you've been hanging around a lot. You kind of proved to me that you're not gonna just come in and cause problems in the multiplayer game. So. Somebody brand new I've never seen before is probably not getting right on. So, you know, and it's not fair to the people who've kind of supported me throughout the years to get pushed out by somebody who's brand new. So, go ahead. I gotta get my coffee. So, go ahead and we'll do Zeus. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Not a bad view of seeing everybody fish like this. Kind of cool. Where's the last boat? Did the last boat depart somewhere? Oh, there it is right there. It is kind of cool watching everybody reel them in like this. All right, we'll see you later, CG. Let me catch up, make sure I have all the chat caught up here. All right, sounds good, Zachy. Zachy's working on school. That's all right, Zachy will, when you have a chance, you'll be able to play. Next challenge will be airplane based. I've got a couple ideas I'm throwing around. I don't talk about it too much because inevitably somebody starts building it early and then I gotta change it. So got a couple ideas. But I'm gonna try to announce it Friday, so I'm gonna think about it some more and then come up with a rule set, and then we should be able to go ahead and and do that on. I'll announce it Friday as usual. Have the weekend for suggested rule changes that I'll probably ignore most of anyways, as usual. I do take quite. I consider them all, but like some of them. Generally, I've talked about this before, the people who ask for the rule changes most are the people who end up never posting anything. And so I'm not going to vastly change the rules, for somebody who's not going to even participate anyway. So that's, I do reasonable rule change. Like Phil, for example. Phil asked what the wind was going to be like. I didn't even think of the wind. And so I put 25% because Phil had asked what the wind was going to be. So I thought that was a good idea to have a little bit of a wind component. And so, that came from Phil. But a lot of the time, some of it is, I consider them all, but like some of them are just like people trying to get away from certain things that are there for a specific reason. Yeah, it's flying based. Yeah, it was, we did container trucks was the last land-based, and then we did the fishing boats, and now it's air-based, so it's going to be airplane. I think I'm caught up on chat. Look at that. Yeah, like this is the sort of thing that like is small of an update as fishing was. I say small in with quotes. Like again, I talked about if you guys been paying attention the last couple days, I started putting out the Q&A. Initially, what I was going to do is I was going to do the Q&A as one video, and I was already going to have to pull my hair out because it was there's just too much. It's an hour and a half, and then it has me doing commentary through each one. So what I've been doing is, if you've noticed, I put out the first 6 questions, and so if I have commentary on it, I comment on it, kind of offer my thoughts on each one. And so I did the first 6. So those are out if you guys want to watch those. Kind of going through the Q&A, and it makes it a little bit more digestible. It's a playlist. The next suggested video is the next one in line, if there is a next one in line. And so you can kind of go through video by video, or, question by question, if you want to do it that way for the Q&A. And so I will be releasing more of those. I just have to do them. But, it's, there are quite a few questions. And so it's going to take a little while to get through them. But I think that's better. It would take me like a week to get it all done. And then it would be a little bit not timely. So, by the time you get through the first 6, hopefully I'll start putting out some more. And then we can get through all the questions for the dev Q&A. And then it'll be kind of cool. We can go back and we can kind of see where it's gone from there. Let's see, Foxy. Yes. I just got that message, so I sent you an answer. Yeah, if you're, member, you already have the and you already have the password, you can just join right up. Like I said, I increased the number. I'm trying to stress test and see how many we can get in here. And before we have any issues, but we're not having any issues, so I'm content that this is works pretty well. What? I'm on the web page, pressing keys for this. There we go. All right, try to get a screenshot there. Yeah, we had 7 one time, so now we're up to 10. So, I'm just stress testing it. This is one of the Q&As that I put up was it was Deltar's talking about he was actually answering a different question, but he was talking about like how they envision multiplayer. They envision multiplayer as what we're doing right now. And a lot of people on public servers are just not playing it that way. They're not necessarily they're playing it wrong, but they're not playing it the way it's intended. And the problem is when you do something that's not intended behavior, it's not designed for that. It might not work. And so, spawning 22 Titanics in a public multiplayer server with no ping limit is going to be disastrous. And crashing into each other all the time is going to be disastrous. But we can have quite a few people on here fishing, no problem, because it's reasonable. Let me see. Oh, there's York. Yeah, it was an interesting proof of concept. Like I never even thought of doing the door frames like that to kind of keep the water out. But that's another thing that now is, possible with the new pressure mechanics, as they change the behavior of that a little bit. It's kind of nice to see some different ideas like that. Let me see what the deal is with. I keep getting this like flash in front of the camera, but I think it's just an artifact of multiplayer. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna do some sort of like whitelist on the Discord. I'll ask who wants to do multiplayer, and then if you're in here causing havoc, you're gonna get a red X next to your name, and you're not getting on. I doubt that's gonna be a problem. That's why, like somebody I've just seen today, you're not gonna get on, right away because it's just come in and cause havoc. It's easy for people to ruin the fun for other people. So we'll do a whitelist where, and then like I said, if we hit the player count and somebody's been on 20 times and somebody's been on once, I might ask the person who's been on 20 times to just like, not come on this time and let the person who's never been on before come on. Yeah, reputation system. How many times have you blown up one of my submarines? Yeah, do it like that. It's just, I get new people being excited to try to get on too, but it's like, the people who have been supporting me for a long time need to get on, and especially the members support. And then, like I said, I owe people from the build challenge who, that was part of winning the build challenge. So. I think I put York's. Let me check. I want to make sure I gave everybody their roles for winners. I think I did. I usually do it pretty quick. Yeah, everybody's on there. Everybody's got it. Yep, I already did that. Where is the add rolls? I cannot add a roll. Interesting. Zachy, can you do me a favor? Can you just post just anything anywhere? Like just put like a thumbs up in creation showcase is fine. I want to make sure I put that roll on you for member. And I for some reason Discord's being a pain in the ass to find you. You know, I typed in Foxy, it won't let me just click on your icon to add a role, and then even going through members, it won't easily let me add a role. So, being a pain in the ass. Discord's one of those things that it updates all the time with new quote-unquote features. It's like, please stop. I'm like, oh my god. Is it normal for, this is from Ruben, I saw Ruben was in here earlier, I think. Is it normal for ships to go 10 knots faster upwind with 100% wind? Well, if you have a scoop on there, it could be because you're at an airflow. If you have a wind indicator reading your speed, you're going to have a headwind, and that's going to help. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Zachy. Just put it in anything. I'll see it. Just put it in a thumbs up or anything, just so I can, because I already did a search for you. I already tried doing an to add the role, and I just can't find you. So I just need a post from you that I can click on your icon. I think it's the fishing lure keeps flicking in front of my face. That's interesting. It's like there's been something that's been kind of flicking in front of my face in game, in front of the camera. Because I'm not even with my character right now. I'm off as a disembodied camera, and it keeps flicking in front. Should check the recording and see what it is. Thank you. Appreciate that, Zachy. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't do the roll thing. It won't give me that option even if I search for your name. So now you've got your role now. Thanks. Yep, thank you. Appreciate it, Zachy. Might quickly check my insurance for Tarkov. If you have not played Tarkov, you can insure your gear, and if nobody takes it out, you get it back. But the problem is, you're always out of stash space in Tarkov, so you have to continually get all your shit and put it away. And so, you know, and if you don't, you can't leave your. We got a boat tipping over there. What's going on there? So, does it fill with water, though? That was my question when I was testing it. Does it fill with water, or is it just slow? Because the door frames will fill with water. So, I'm curious, unless somebody just glitched it on the side. Is there water in the hull there? Interesting. How's it going there, Patrick? How are you? Oh, is that what it was? Was it a... Oh, so is it taking in water? Interesting. Yeah, I figured it might, because I was like, yeah, it's not going to completely block the water. You can put a bilge system in there. Should be like a rickety old boat anyway. It's going to need to be pumped all the time. Oh, 1,000 liters. Yeah, you might gonna have to put a pump system in there. Hey, figure 1,000 liters of water is going to be, it's 1,000 kilograms. So you're talking a metric ton of water in there. That's considerable. Oh, nice. Okay. Let me just quickly take note of the money sit here. I won't even bother adding the money. I don't need to add money. It's kind of the fish for fun. I'm not saving this. You know, I load the save game and I don't save it when we're done. That's just to prevent me from having to delete everybody out of the file anyways, and the money's negligible, so I don't really worry about it too much. Oh, oh yeah, the anchor. Yeah, that makes sense. They very much could be. The fish are pretty big. Like, I'm watching them get reeled in, and I was watching Manda swimming around, and they were pretty close in size. It is kind of neat watching the fishing from the third person here. Is like how big the fish are, and then when like sometimes you catch them, like how they flip up and get picked up. It's kind of neat. That's kind of like, you know, some of the people are underplaying like how much dev work it probably takes to make the mechanics of fishing work here. You know, I think it's probably pretty involved. You know, I'm still in awe of programming. Like, I don't know, I can do a little bit, but very you're moving. Very very little bit of programming, and it's just like it's like I can operate machines all day. Like, I get a lot of the programming stuff, but it's just like I could not sit down and do it all day. Like the logic stuff, I'm good with logic. I can sit down and work logic and work through those problems, and I enjoy it. Coding, I do not enjoy sitting down and doing coding. Like, my brother sits down and enjoys coding. Can't do it. Like, we had a coding class together in high school, and I was like bored to tears. CG's back. Somebody's generator's coming on, or engine. Yeah, that was a good example of, in the beginning of the video, or the beginning of the live stream today. Your anchor's still down there, York. Your anchor's okay. It's unset. Okay, good. I was afraid it was still set and you were gonna do a tippy. You know, it was a good. Oh, I'm on Alistair's boat there. So it's like, why am I moving? That works out pretty good. You know, so it showed kind of like how important like the tuning is on the microcontrollers for, you know, that was mostly clutch issues. And it shows like you really need to understand the fundamentals and the mechanics. If you can understand the mechanics, you can fix a lot of your problems. And that's where, you know, there's no shortcut. You just kind of have to take time. You got to learn the mechanics. And once you do that, you can solve these problems a little bit easier. You know, the best way to get better at PID tuning is just doing it. You know, it's like I can't, you know, that's why I don't like really do any tutorials on PID tuning. It's just, you know, you can understand the fundamentals of doing it, but you have to play with it. You have to see, you have to notice common behaviors. Like, for example, the little wiggle I had on my boat, I knew that was too high of a D value. It was causing that wiggle. So by taking that, by knowing it's too high of a D value, you know, okay, well, I need to lower the D value. And then as soon as I lower the D value, bingo, we're good. You know, and it's just a lot of it is you're not going to get it until you just practice. And some people want to do a shortcut like, oh, you know, watch this 5-minute video and now I'm a PID tuning expert. Is like, even if you understand the theory really well, you still need that practice, and you can't shortcut that. There's a couple fish. Look at those fish swimming up on the shore. That's neat. You know, you really can't shortcut that stuff. You have to just, like, you have to practice. Practice is what's going to fix a lot of those things, you know. It's like, you know, you always get a question of how do you make better hulls. For the most part, making better hulls is practice. Build hulls, you know, and it's... A lot of people don't like that answer. They want the quick, like, the 5-minute answer of how do I make better hulls? You know, do this magic thing. You know, it's practice, you know. Just practice. Yep, yeah, especially in those modular engine tutorials, I try to go basic on that, like, you know, and that's a good example. Like, with autopilots, you really have to get into the D value as well. But with a modular engine microcontroller, you can pretty much control it all with the P value. And then if you want to get real precise, you can go in there with some D value. And so if you understand the oscillations of it, it really makes it so that you can you can get started. You know, I could go through a 9-hour tutorial and get PIDs tuned up perfectly for everything, but the problem is that's going to cut down the utility for people. You know, people want to just build a car and go operate it, and then later they can learn how to make their car better. You know, that's why they're called basics tutorials, and so that's kind of why I do the basics on them, you know. I said you can join today, Daniel, if you want. You want to join, Daniel? You know, you're one of the people who've been around for a long time. I'm happy to have you come on. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I said that earlier. You might have been AFK when I said it. Yeah. Yeah, you've been around forever. You can join. Oh, somebody didn't set their stability system to go inverted on reverse. I assume. Somebody just went into the drinky poo. You know, this is when I talk about, like, career being the best way to figure out what your vehicle needs. Is like testing. Sometimes testing puts you in the guardrails too much. You know, you are on the train tracks. You don't ever get to go into undiscovered territory. And so, like, you might realize your build doesn't need something unless you go in a career game. You're like, oh, this thing that I never would have done on my own in testing cropped up. Yeah, Daniel, send me a DM with your Steam friend code. I'm gonna just kind of keep camera mode and not fish myself. That way I can. Did my player fall off? No, he's all right. He's sitting on the back like a jackass. That way I can work. I'm gonna work on the Discord and get that filled up. I'm weighing down the ship with my fatness. Listen, I only weigh 177 pounds. I can't be weighing down the ship. By American standards, I'm a feather. Thank you, thank you. Oh, already. Yep, you're already friends on there, so that's fine. Let me send you the password. Do you have the password? Did I send you the password? You send you the password. Okay, good. That's friend code. Let me grab a password for you and send you that. There you go. Yep, so just easy, just right-click on me, join game, and then enter the password. Yeah, I must have said it when you were AFK. You know, I was talking about bringing on people who've been around for a while. Yes, CG. Yep, you're another one that's been around for quite a while. Same thing, CG. Send me a DM with your friend code. And then I'll send you the password. I would like to extend multiplayer at some point to mining. Mining is the perfect thing for multiplayer. You know, so at some point we can do something like that, because the drag with mining is because the logistics isn't set up what I would consider correctly. It would work fine with multiplayer, but it would be a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass single player. The old burger muncher. All right, there we got a message request. I assume that's from CG. There's CG. All right, thank you, CG. Yeah, like these guys, for the new people who are, you know, asking to join, these guys have been around for a very long time, and so they get you know, they're going to get preferential treatment as they've been supporting me for quite a while. And then I will be opening up, like I said, I'm not going to do like brand new people yet, just because I want to get a whitelist system in where we sorry, I sent your friend code right back to you. Let me get you that password. All right, there's the password, CG. Yep. Yeah, but that's so that's why I think mining would be good for multiplayer. Is some of the logistics issues could be resolved with, you know, like, for example, you could have 1 or 2 people mining. You could have somebody running the transport vehicles back and forth to the metal foundry. Part of the issue with the way the mining works is, from a logistics standpoint, you do not want to bring, you don't want a bobtail, which means no trailer. And you don't want to bring an empty trailer. You don't want to bring a full trailer and leave with an empty trailer. You want to ideally bring a full trailer, leave with a full trailer. That is the best thing. That's going to be the most efficient, logistically speaking. And so the problem we have is, because of the kind of the convoluted way it's set up, is it's hard to do that. You have to bring an empty trailer to the facility to take the new goods. So like if there's one person sitting at the facility with a truck under the spout, you could have a group of people dumping, and it's a 10-to-1. So if you bring, say, 10 iron, you'll get 10 iron ingots. Or if you bring 100 iron ore, you'll get 10 iron ingots. I believe is it 10-to-1? I think it's a 10-to-1. Yeah. So you bring 100, you'll get 10. And so there's no point in leaving with that deposit trailer until 10 loads has been deposited. And so because the facility doesn't store it, guys, if you stay close, then they can stay within view. You don't have to, but I'm just saying. You know, so then that way you could have somebody bring a trailer down to the facility, park it under the spout. You could have, say, 2 people running trailers back and forth. And then after 5 runs, that person can leave and go deposit it at Screech's and sell it. And then that person goes back, they park back under the spout. And then by then, you know, the 2 people have shown up with new metal. They dump, and then they head off again. And so it keeps the operation going. So I think that would be a lot of fun for multiplayer. Whereas a single player operation, it's very tedious. Like I would have to drive a truck from a spawn area down to the metal ore foundry, park it, no clip or teleport back to a workbench, spawn another truck, drive it up to the mine, bring all my vehicles up to the mine, and then I have to mine, get out of my truck, empty it into the truck, then drive down to the facility 10 times. That adds tedium to it, and where you can kind of get some of that tedium out of there with multiplayer. You know, like I've talked about ad nauseum, where, you know, by making it so, for example, you can take a truck all the way down to the metal ore foundry, and you can dump the 10 loads into the foundry. The foundry holds on to the now, 100 ingots, and then you put the truck under the spout, and then you press a button. Now it fills the same truck you've been using the entire time. And then you go to Screech's and deposit it. Then you go back to the mine. So that's logistically more reasonable. Who's that out in the drink? I see somebody out in the drink off to the left there. Somebody's out there. The old water jets. I think you were the only water jet there, York. What do you prefer, York or Sherman? Is this called Ralph because if you get seasick, you Ralph? York, copy. I think you filled out other names too. Turtleman's there, good. Yep, Turtleman. I will be adding more people to the to multiplayer. It's just like to see some people, people hanging around a little bit more. Certainly get first crack. CG, did you get in all right? Oh, okay. You'll only have air or diesel. You should, like, oh, you need all of them. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's probably not going to let you join because of that. Because, yeah, I have space enabled. Sorry about that, CG. CG, this is what I'll do. I'm going to I'll make a fishing save that is just set up to be, arid. And, yeah, just set up for Industrial Frontier on there. The problem CG's having is I have Space DLC on the save, and so when it goes into multiplayer, if you don't have Space DLC, because it's enabled on the save, you can't get in. So I'll make a save, CG, I'll do that for tomorrow. So sorry about that. But I'll make us a special save. I might even make another fishing save that just has Sawyer too. But that way you won't need any DLC. But that's probably the limiting factor. And then I can... yeah. Yeah, I don't know about nets. I don't know if we'll get nets, but we'll get pots, I think. A pot makes sense. I would love it if they get nets. I'd be thrilled if they get nets. I'm not, certainly not against it. I just don't know if it's possible. We'll see. I really like the Q&A. I think Deltars did a good job in there. Like, even when he was poo-pooing on ideas I had, or like, it was like, oh, just use an add-on. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I understand it. And even the times I disagreed with him from a fundamental standpoint, again, I come at this as this is their game. They get to make what they want. And it's, even if I disagree, at the end of the day, I say, okay, well, as much as I would like them to do what I want, they get to choose. And so if you kind of have that fundamental idea, it kind of keeps the disappointment at bay to a certain extent. But, he pretty much confirmed, like, what I was saying was they planned on putting in more types of fishing from the beginning. It was pretty obvious to me because I actually read what the words they said. And they're going to be at it, they're going to be adding more fishing stuff. And I actually agree with this slow and steady thing. Was the community got pissed off at them when they did too much too fast and things broke. And I don't think they're going to make that mistake again. Or they're going to try not to make that mistake again. Let's put it that way. They're going to try to do things smaller and more reasonable. He said fishing's not going to come as a DLC. It'll come as a major, more fishing. So, it's going to come to the general gameplay. Just, who knows how long it'll take. But I think that's, I think it's an easy win for them. And it sounded like that's how he's saying it, is that's an easy win. That's things people want. They'll add it. People will be happy, Catch up, yeah. Yeah, it's CG. I'll make a save just for fishing. There's really no point in me having it in my career game anyway. So I'll make a save that... I'll make a custom save that we can run fishing in. And I'll do one that's just Sawyer Islands. I'll do one that's Sawyer Mire. And then I won't have the other DLC attached to it so that we can fish without having to worry about everybody having the same copies. I'll try to set that up for tomorrow. I get you. Yeah. So it was for the the pop from the Steam. That's neat. I really like the rudder. The rudder was really cool. That was really cool to me. Very cool, that rudder. That was something I thought was neat and different. Because let me see if I can bring him up. Trying to find these little river boats that I like. I don't know what they're called. They have that outboard, and it has the long drive shaft on it so they can change the water depth. I would love to build one of these. I'm going to try to find it. Here it is. What are they called? These are the boats. Let me open the image. New tab. And this is the type of boat right there. Is it has the engine on a pivot, and then it has the drive shaft in there, so when they go in shallow water, they can change the depth. So I like to build something like that. So that was kind of making me think of that when I saw your boat and how it works. Yeah, especially like I think I think pots are probably a high probability getting made because I think it works well within the game mechanics. Like, a big part of the game is, for example, doing things like, and I think Delta has put it in a pretty good way. He talked about, if you watch my Q&A series, one of the questions was, will we get petroleum engines, so gas engines? And the answer is no. And I actually agreed with his answer and why we shouldn't get them. Like, I would love to have gasoline engines. I would love to have hydrogen fuel cell engines. I would love to have, gaseous engines like propane and all that. But his answer was essentially saying we do not go into enough detail to add a bunch of superfluous fluid. And that makes sense to me. And the reason is, like, for example, a diesel engine, the way it works is you go in on the compression stroke. It compresses the air. So you need to have a blower. So you have, say, a supercharger, and it or turbo. Let's say turbo. You have a turbo. The turbo blows air into the cylinder on the intake stroke. The intake valve closes, and it pushes the cylinder up, and it compresses the air. And then the fuel injector on the injector cup blows fuel into the cylinder. And because the pressure is so high, it ignites the fuel. And it's a heterogeneous mixture where the fuel is very dense up top, and there's almost no fuel down the bottom where the piston is, and it expands and it pushes the piston, right? A gasoline engine, you have an air-fuel mixture where either by carburetor or a fuel injector. And so let's say that's fuel injected. It injects fuel into the intake air, and that air-fuel mixture comes into the cylinder. It's compressed, and then the top of the piston touches the spark plug. It completes the connection. It starts, it sparks. It starts to burn. That's a homogeneous or a homogeneous mixture. It's the fuel and the air is almost evenly mixed. And so that's the differential. We don't get into that detail in game. Like, for example, like people say, oh, there are already gas engines in game because you don't set AFR with diesel. And so the engines are not actually that different enough that all you'd be adding you'd be adding gasoline. So now they would have, and this is one thing a lot of people don't think of, is they would have to add a new distillation port for gasoline. So we'd have to redo our fractioning towers to add another port on top of jet fuel. So it'd even have to be even taller than jet fuel. And if the devs said, well, we don't want a tower to have to be 40 blocks tall, so we're going to reduce the number that jet fuel needs to be. Well, then now everybody would have to rebuild all of their fractioning towers. And so no matter what, people are going to have to rebuild their fractioning towers to get gasoline. Now, you'd have to ask, what is the benefit of gasoline? The only real benefit I see to gasoline over diesel is that you could get higher, because the pressures are lower in a gasoline engine. Like, what are the benefits in real life? A diesel engine is very heavy because the block has to be heavy and strong in order to take the pressures of the diesel, of the compression of the diesel. And so a diesel engine has to be heavy. Well, the heavier the engine is, the lower the RPM can be because of forces, mass times acceleration. So the heavier the engine, the more the force is, you have to decrease the RPM. And so you would have to then cap diesels at a certain rate. And then you would have to make the gases get higher RPMs. And then, okay, well, are we going to add carburetors as well? What the hell's going on there with Citrus's boat? So these are all things that, like, it sounds simple, just add gas. But so Delta's answer essentially was, like, unless, if we had more detail with the engines, we would add, you know, we could add more types of fuel, but the engines are so simple, there's no point in adding all this depth to fuel when the engine itself is not really that in-depth. And so I get that. You know, it would be great if they had it. I would love it if the engines were super detailed. And even Deltar said, you know, if they could do it all over again, they would add that depth to the engines, which is really cool. But at present, it's not really worth it, you know? It's just not worth it. You know, it really isn't. You know, and so would I love to see the ability to put hydrogen in an engine? Now, like, for example, you can take a Caterpillar diesel generator and you can pretty much feed it direct methane in its injection, in its air intake, and you can run it as a methane generator. But again, is it really worthwhile doing? And I kind of agree that, you know, it's really not that worthwhile to add that much complexity. It's pretty minimal. So it's a lot of work on their part for a small amount of the population of the game to really get any value out of it. So I get that, you know. If the engines were very complex, I would absolutely agree. Yeah, add it. Like, for example, you would have a gasoline engine would weigh half as much as a diesel engine. So if you're going to build something very small, it would be beneficial to use gasoline because the engine is so friggin' heavy. Diesel engines tend to be expensive to buy, you know, for a number of reasons. Initially. So, like, make the diesel parts more expensive than gasoline parts. That would make sense. You know, so you do cost, you do weight. And so, like, if you're going to build a small little car, a little go-kart, you'd want a gas engine, you know, if you were doing that. Now, the other thing that people don't think about when they ask the devs to add something like this is every single base would have to have an extra pump added. So you'd have to add a gasoline pump at every single base. So it sounds simple, but then you say every single base the devs have to redo to make sure they add that. Well, guess what? Now, none of our saves work. You have to do a new save because they added gasoline. So how many people is that going to piss off that their save is no longer good? You know, I saw people crying and complaining this week about, oh, I had to do a new save. And so you'd get a lot of people who are upset that you added gasoline engines. Now we have to do a new save. Oh, my God, this sucks. And so these are some of the things that devs have to think about that we generally don't, you know. And so it's a lot of added work for, is it really that much extra value? And I would say the answer is no. You know, it's probably more value added to add a new type of fishing than to add petroleum engines. So as much as I would love to see them, I just don't think there's enough value added for the amount of time and effort, frankly. Let's see. Petroleum engines aren't too realistic to game boats and trucks. Yeah. Yeah, most of the stuff, like, you know, like I said, petroleum's good because it's cheap. It can rev higher because nowadays they're using aluminum components for a lot of the gas engines. They're still using heavy iron blocks for diesels. You know, I think for the most part, the way we use the engines in game, the diesel works fine. You can pretend if you want. We don't need a third pump at every single base for gasoline. I think it's not really all that necessary. You know, I could see value adding, for example, some way to use hydrogen because you would say you can do hydrolysis to make hydrogen. So you could do some cool stuff where you make your own hydrogen as you're underway. That I could see as being cool. But then do they have to now put hydrogen at every base? You know, and so I would be more willing to say, you know what, because you probably, the problem is hydrogen is just way too power intensive. What's going on here with Ralph? I'm in the drink. Uh-oh. Were you desyncing? I don't know. What's the story here? You don't have a leak somewhere, do you? What is going on? A couple player damage is off, so I won't get hurt. Here, let me kick on infinite electricity. Try it now. Alistair, see if you can get going with infinite electricity. Maybe it's an electrical problem and the fins stop working. We might just hit the player count too, where it gets funky. Let me get out of the build so I don't screw you up. All right, I put infinite electricity on. Yeah, it could be my big fat ass. I put infinite electricity on, so in case anyone's batteries run out, because that sometimes, will cause it if your fins are responsible for keeping you upright. But yeah, that's the complexity of it. That it's a balancing act. Like for me, I don't have to care what the rest of the community wants with my own desires for the game. The devs do, though. The devs have to make sure that by adding something, they're not alienating part of the community. That's something they have to worry about that we don't. And so for me, I would absolutely love it if I had to work on engine timing, if I had to actually work on cylinder timing, number of cylinders, primary, secondary balancing. I would love that. But a lot of people would hate it because it would make it too complicated. And so the devs have to care about making the game so complicated. They're not making a game for me. They're making a game for a bunch of different types of people. And they have to balance it, And so sometimes it's gonna be right where it needs to be, and sometimes not. And so I get that answer from them. It made perfect sense to me. And I think it was a really cool answer. And like Deltars talks about, like he wants the game to have a level of complexity where there's a reason to do these things, and there's a reason to engineer, and I like that. His vision is for us to engineer, and that's what's cool, and I like that. I'm glad that is his vision for the game, is that we actually have to do cool engineering things, and I like that vision, so. But that was one of the most important answers for me, was it really kind of went into some lengthy stuff. Oh, longtail boats. Thanks, Space City. Try to catch up with chat here. How's it going there, Trippa? I see the Trippa. Sorry, I just saw your comment there. Yeah, exactly. Like Kev's point, a gas engine has a lot of potential for high RPM, low torque scenarios, but we have electric generators for that. Yep. You can run, gasoline engines, because they're lighter, can change speed more quickly. They can go to higher RPM, and there are benefits for that. But in game, we can make a diesel do things in game we could never make it do in real life because we don't have wear and tear. We can make a diesel engine rev out really crazy in game, and so we don't need to worry about that. Now, if they were going to make gasoline engines interesting in game, they would have to put a ton of restrictions on diesel. Well, guess what? Every one of your builds would now work differently than it did before, and they're not going to do that again. Because the community, frankly, couldn't take it. Like I would say a month. A month the game was pretty rough. And that was too much for the community. A lot of the community, huffed and puffed and lost their mind. So the devs aren't going to do that again, where they really go out there and completely tear it apart again. And if they made big changes to diesel engines like that, every engine in everybody's craft would work differently. So everything you have is broken now. And so they're not going to do it, for what I would say is a tiny bit of benefit. Respawn your boat, Citrus, copy. I don't think I could spawn it with the pop in the way, so you might want to. Let me see if I can spawn it. I can move it. I might be able to spawn it. Let me see. I can spawn it. I moved it back. All right, we're good. So that was an interesting question that they had on there. Where did you put? Let me try to read this chat. I got two chats going here. How's it going? Oh, yeah, morning from New York. Hello, hello. Okay. Hasn't been too much in-game chat. I'm trying to catch up, and that's old. Yeah, like for Tripper's talking about, you have to do that with Steam. Like timing is important in Steam, and so like if you want to get into piston timing, which I really enjoy. I like going into Steam, doing piston timing. You can get into the pressure a little bit more with Steam. So the devs kind of have to worry about these things of making the game too complicated for the average player. Like, if this game got perfect for me where it was ultra complicated, it might not make enough money to survive, because not enough people would be interested. Too many people would get frustrated. Too many people would blame the game because they didn't know how to do valve timing. Oh my God. The game doesn't work. I can't get my engine to work. The game's broken. No, you just don't know anything about valve timing. And so, again, somebody's getting shredded out there. Look at that. Look at that nastiness there. So that's kind of the thing that the devs have to worry about that we really don't necessarily have to care about too much is, do they make the game so unapproachable that a new player is just lost immediately? So they have to worry about that. We don't. Amanda stole all our hoses and citrus. Yeah, okay, I respawned his boat. I'm just trying to catch up. I'd put infinite fuel on, but it can cause weird behaviors too. Because, you just got extra power too. Eventually, I'll open up the review channel. I still owe Citrus and Cheesecake a review on their stuff. I'm just not really chomping at the bit to do it. Those are shorter. I gotta get back at that at some point, but before they were too long. I had to put in all the restrictions before I opened it up again, and I think it worked fine this last time. But then pressurization hit before I get to Citrus's and Cheesecake's builds, and so pressurization hit, and a ton of stuff changed. So I was like, I'm not going to do a bunch of reviews of stuff that might not work anymore. Wait for everything to settle down. So. But eventually I'll open up the review channel again. See if it needs any new rules or if the rules I put in place are fine. And then I'll open it up again. The other thing too is I reviewed 15 builds for the last challenge. So it fills me with I've reviewed quite a bit recently, and I don't necessarily want to go and review a ton of stuff again for a little bit, and then I'm going to start the new build challenge up probably this Friday, and then, I'm going to have, that could be another 12 hours of reviews. That, like I said, it takes me 12 hours to make that video and do all the reviews, so it's, I'm kind of all reviewed out after doing a challenge, too, so that's another reason why I don't necessarily want to go right back into doing it, I guess I had the brake off. Put the brake back on. Check the wheels here. Brake true, okay. Brake false, alright. I don't know why it doesn't want to push right now. Thing weighs nothing, it should push fine. It's like the brakes are stuck. Yeah, it's like the brakes are stuck on this. I don't know why. Ah, shit. I think I have brakes stuck on this. I don't know why the friggin' brakes are stuck on this. Why the hell are the brakes stuck on this? It's acting like the brakes are stuck, but they're not. Oh, you know what I wonder if it is? There's an issue with multiplayer and wheels. Wonder if that's it. The brakes are off. It felt like the brakes are stuck, though. So. Yeah, that's I think the brakes are stuck on that vehicle right now. You have an issue? Yeah, it wasn't the variable brakes. I think it's multiplayer. There's something up with the wheels. The wheels are get kind of cockeyed. Everything good, Alistair? You crash? You coming back? Okay, he's coming back. Looks like a crash. It's funny how, like, every base, like, where the vehicle spawns is different. Why is this misbehaving again? Why is this misbehaving? I fixed this. Could be it's not happy in multiplayer. I literally tuned this in earlier today. I think it's probably just multiplayer. I do like the low profile, how you can barely see over the top here. I like that. The lifeboat that goes way too fast. That's the size of this thing. So it's nice and small. Still pretty big, but it's nice and small. Just cut a couple fishing lines off, that's all. Alistair's back, nice. Yep, game's broken, nothing works. Steam's broken. Steam's never be fixed. Steam's awful. My favorite was I won't name the person, but Deltar said, what did he say during the Q&A? He said Steam is back the way it was before pressure. Now, this is what I think he meant. He meant Steam is working again as intended. All right. And people took that as the mechanics of Steam are working the way they were before. And that's not what he meant. And that's not what he said. What he said, he didn't say it as clear as he should have, but his implication was that Steam is the way it's going to be, and Steam is working. That's essentially what he was saying. And a couple people, you could already see them misreading it, taking it as though, you know, oh, thank you, sir. And, throw this rope over there. And so people are taking it as though Steam works the way it was before. No, it works differently because of, you know, it works. I think it works in a different way now that's better because it's a little bit more logical with pressure. Now, Steam is more simplified, which makes sense. Again, for that reason before. I would like Steam to be super complicated. I'm sure Tripper would like Steam to be super complicated. But Steam works more simply now to make it more approachable to other people. You know, to people who want a more simple gameplay. And so, you know, before water should be expanding like 1,000 times its volume, but it's not, you know, and you know, you can no longer blow up a boiler. I think that sucks, but it's also, a lot of people were getting frustrated that their boiler was always blowing up, and they go, stupid game, my boiler blows up. Couldn't possibly be their fault that their boiler blew up. So the devs, you know, they have to make compromises. Sometimes they got to simplify something, you know, and Steam works fine. Steam works great. You know, Tethy's goes out, operates fine on Steam every time. Tripper's constantly making Steam stuff that works fine. You know, it's that's what he meant by Steam is working the way it used to be. He's not doesn't mean that the mechanics are exactly the same. He means that Steam is working, you can use it. Now, I think he even talked about the Steam wheels being bunged up still. And so that's probably on their to-do list. He acknowledged it. He knows it's there. You know, it's something they got to work on, you know. Titanic sinking. Ugh. Does the stability system from the new Player Career Build series work when not moving? It depends. Did I do the weight on there? The weight will work if you're not moving. The fins will work to a certain extent if they're zeroed and stationary. A lot of my stability systems, I will either shut off when I'm off the helm or the handle or whatever you're controlling it by, or I'll run it by the key. So, for example, on this boat, the fins are still working. What happened to me? I got dragged off my boat. The stability system will still work on this. This is misbalanced. I talked about this earlier today. There's a balancing problem on this. This does not have a weight. It's a little bit off balance. There's really not much I can do about it, but it works when it's moving fine. You know, I'd have to greatly change a bunch of things for not much utility. What is going on? I put in my hand literally on the wrong keys. But it depends. I'd have to look at it. That's one where a benefit of having a weight is the weight will work when you're stationary, because the fins need motion. It's the same thing like stalling in an airplane. If you stop in an airplane, you don't have enough airflow to make your control surfaces work. But, for example, when you're on the ground in an airplane, if the wind is high, you're supposed to turn your aileron into the wind, and that's so you don't blow over, essentially. So you need some airflow over it. You need some motion over your control surfaces. So it kind of depends on how the system's set up. You know, like, I often shut off the stability system when I get out of the seat, and the reason is it eats up electricity. As the fins are constantly moving, it's eating up electricity. Like, the Damon 211 is brutal on that. The Damon 211 has like literally has like 100 small fins in it. And so that will eat up the batteries if it doesn't shut off when I stop. So that one only works when I'm moving. Building that Steam. Yeah, like, one thing I would love to see is some small Steam parts. I would like to see like a 3 by, oh, I don't know, 3x3 maybe boiler would be kind of nice. 3x3 boiler. I'd like to see a 2x3 furnace. That would be nice to see. And then we could use 1x1 pistons. I would like to see maybe a 3x3 turbine. For really small applications. You know, personally, I would love to see small jet parts. You know, we have to make the argument to the devs that this is worth their time. So, for example, a 1x1 jet part would be something I would very much want. You know, so I need to make some videos. The devs The devs seem very receptive to a bunch of us making videos recently. And I think part of that is, if you make a good case and you show them exactly what you want, it's easier than putting out, even if you put out a long paragraph saying what you want, actually seeing it in video form, I think, is a lot easier to see, like, oh yeah, that's doable, that makes sense, we could do that. And Delta seem pretty receptive to a bunch of those videos because of that, I think, is it's easier to lay out a case of why they should do this. So if we want some of this stuff to actually get in game, like, one of the things like to explain to him, you know, I would say I probably have some of the most experience with jet turbines IRL. You know, to kind of like do a video on that and explain why. You know, you need to, again, show him that it's worth the effort, that enough players are going to get value out of this, that they should, because everything they put in the game, they're essentially saying, you know, because they're spending their time on that, something else can't come in. And so you need to demonstrate to them that this would be worth their while. So you need to say, okay, first of all, this is how you should do it. Okay, so you should make it so we have a 1x3 jet intake. So a fan, 1x3 fan. Okay. And then you say we want 1x1 jet parts. So you need to have a compressor. Let's say that is a is 1x1. Okay. Then you would have, or yeah, so let's say we have a compressor. It's a 1x1 or 1x2. And then you'd have a turbine. You'd have your combustion chamber. That would be, say, a 1x1 combustion chamber. You need it to be at least 1x1 so that it can hold fuel. Okay. You need to be able to have a starter on the compressor, so that needs at least one node. All right. The turbine needs to have an RPS port on it, so it needs to be at least 1x1. You're probably going to want to put your throttle on your fuel, on your combustion chamber. So combustion needs to probably be at least 1 to 2 blocks. And then, so why do we want this? One, for very small jet planes. So if you had a 1x3, you're now able to make a 1x1 jet turbine parts. You can now make jet engines that are, you know, 3 across, essentially. And you can also make APUs. And so you kind of, if you can show and make your case that, yeah, there's enough utility here, it's worth the time and effort to do. And the mechanics are the same as, you would have in, you know, in the other jets. That makes sense, you know, to do that. And you show them that it's worth their time, that enough players are going to enjoy this, that it's worth their time. You know, but you gotta make that case for it to be, for them to actually do it. You got to show them that, yeah, this is worth the time and effort. You know, like certain things are probably not going to be worth the time and effort. They're just not, you know. The dead people here? I say dead people. There you go. We get the blood wagon going on here. So this is the other thing to notice too. You guys watched earlier in the episode. I tuned up this engine. I tuned up all the PIDs, and now they're acting up again because we're in multiplayer. They were working fine before, and now they're acting up because they're in multiplayer. So it's like when people say, "Oh, this is broken" or "That's broken," it's sometimes like, "Are you in multiplayer and just getting desynced?" You know. Because, like, likely what's happening is there's a little bit of a slowdown because we have, you know, 4 boats out here. We have a lot of players. We have people from Europe, you know, so we have probably reasonably high pings. Yeah, so you kind of got to understand that there are going to be some things where, for example, my boat now behaves a little bit funky because, you know, I get a little bit of desync going on here, you know. Yeah, I got the blood rooster tail here. You know, and it's going to happen in a multiplayer environment. It's just going to happen, you know, and crying about it, you know, when you're going to fix multiplayer, that's not constructive or helpful. You know, it's not going to happen, man, because it's not the game. It is the connection. You know, it is the fact that we're having to send a signal from my computer to Europe and back for every one of these guys who are in Europe, you know, and it has to go through my internet. So luckily I have good internet. I've got gig internet, no problems, runs fast. But if I had crap internet, if any of these guys have crap internet, it could cause problems, you know, and that's what a lot of people are not understanding with the issues and the intricacies of multiplayer. It's like all that stuff is incredibly important. Yeah, a bunch of citruses in Europe. I think Manda's in Europe, right? Yeah. Daniel's in Europe. So, yeah, we have at least 3 guys in Europe. York's in California, so he's west coast of U.S., so... What do you guys... Some of you in Sweden, right? Some of you Swedes are in Eastern Europe. Or Nordic's not necessarily Eastern Europe, but you know what I'm saying. So like let's see what California. All right, let's see. I'm trying to see how many nautical miles California is to Sweden. It's 4,141 nautical miles. So that's the distance between York and, you know, some of the people playing on this server right now. You know, let's see how... I'm surprised that that's that short. But he's going west, I would say. See, California to... All right, what? No. Get the fuck out of here. (2,269 nautical miles from, you know, generally California to the East Coast. So, like, you know, just York and I are that far from each other. They've got to be sending him west to get to Europe. Because I thought they'd send him east to get to Europe. They're sending him west to get to Europe. You know, so that's kind of, like, I'm impressed that the multiplayer works as well as it does right now with... That's how far we are from each other, and we're having no problems. Like, I can't play Escape from Tarkov with somebody in Sweden. I can't do it. I can't play Escape... I can play Escape from Tarkov with my friend Monk, who's in Oregon. And that's, you know, about where York and I are distance-wise. And we will run bad ping. We have to run on his West Coast servers or else he has bad time, and I do pretty well. And so we still get desync issues in Tarkov with us running that far. And like sometimes we were getting pings as high as 170 last night playing. And if you hit 200 something in Tarkov, you get booted from the server. You get disconnected from the server. So it's like some of the complaints about the multiplayer, I just think are a little bit tone deaf to reality. Is because it's amazing that it works as well as it does, you know, frankly. They try to catch up, yeah. Yep, small Steam stuff would be beautiful. I would love it. Like I showed you guys before, the little Steam runabout that I would love to build, and you just can't do it with the big parts, you know. Yep, game's broke. You did put okay, I did put a weight in the video. Yeah, so the weight should work. Yeah, the weight should work. That's, I think, why I added the weight was so that for larger ships, I like to add a weight. It depends. Like Tethys and Triton, the weight has to always be on. Because if the weight slides off to, say, the port side, it will tip the boat over. Now, theoretically, you could put a hard point on there that when it's in the center position, it locks. But, so when it shuts off, it will go center and lock. And so that's... you know, that would be something you could do, but generally you need that weight moving constantly because if it goes to one side, it'll tip the boat over. So that's why I put it in the new series. Yeah, small Steam stuff would be really nice. You know, like, for example, I would love to build a Steam, like, farm tractor. Like, say we got a farming update, I would love to build a small Steam farm tractor. Like, they were pretty big, but they're not as big as they'd have to be with the parts we have. You know, so it would be nice to have some smaller parts. It just... I think the devs need to work on miniaturization for a lot of things because by making things small enough, you can then do some really cool shit. You know... A lot of people, like, you'll see it all over Reddit, like, people like, oh, just use a jet engine for your boat. Just use a jet engine for your helicopter. Just use a jet engine for this. Just use a jet engine in your truck. And the reason they do that is they don't know how to use a gearbox. And they don't know how to use, you know, a lot of the things that do it. And they don't want to learn how to use these things. You know, and that's the thing is the complexity is pretty simple on that, and that's why they'll go to that. But you know, but guess what? Let them play how they want. So I would love to see some small jet parts. So that's a big want from me. Yeah, a bunch of people have made nets out of crap like pipes. Doesn't interest me personally, but a bunch of people have already done it. They do pipes and they do railing segments to funnel the fish into a hopper. Just doesn't interest me. I want actual parts, you know. Okay, I'm the only one who can see blood particles. Yep. Yep, CG's in the UK, Canada, for Alistair. You know, so you think about all these people everywhere, and the game still works damn well. And every once in a while, do we get a little hiccup? Sure, but that's called reality. You know, that's pretty damn good. You know, and I don't think any of us have really optimized our vehicles for multiplayer, and we're still doing fine, you know. I just think a lot of the people in the public multiplayer servers have greatly unrealistic expectations of what is possible. Yep, fiber optic for the win. That's what mine is now, is fiber. Would a tilt sensor and sliders that's pit control work for weight? That's what I do, yeah. That's what I use for my my weight. Is I do a physics sensor on tilt, and I use PID. Yeah, yeah. Spear fishing's fun. Pretty much, I think I can only do it in multiplayer because of the little bit of change. I think Citrus was trying, but I could do it, and he was having problems. Yeah, but like, you know, we're able to have quite a few of us on here with a bunch of different vessels and fish. And this is what Deltars was talking about. His vision for multiplayer was he never envisioned like people going on with 900 Titanics and like somebody's in the Arctic, somebody's is down on Mire, somebody's in space, you know. They never envisioned that. They envisioned like what we're doing. So people going out on a couple boats and going fishing. Like right now, all of the Mire Island can be despawned. All of the Arctic can be despawned. You know, so none of those resources are on my PC at the moment because they're all despawned. But if one of these guys was there and the other guy was there, it would probably start getting laggy. You know, it's just not realistic. All right, we'll probably let's go for another like 5 minutes. That'll be 4 hours of stream here, and then I'll go ahead and we'll call it quits. But that was good. So the plan is I'm gonna start a new game file just for fishing because at first I thought I'd just add, you know, keep this on my career save. I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'll make us a save just for fishing. I'll make one with just the Sawyer Islands so that anybody who doesn't have the DLCs. Make sure people can play like CG wasn't able to play because space is enabled. And then I'll do one with Mire Island as well. I know CG has that, has Industrial Frontier. That way we can do that. I am adding some people who've been, you know, hanging around the community for a long time, not adding new people yet. I'll try to add some sort of whitelist system to the Discord. So like, again, if you're whitelisted and you've been on 20 times on the multiplayer, and somebody has never been on, and we're at our limit, we might say, hey, man, you've been on 20 times. Let the person who's never been on before come on. You know, and then if somebody, I think it's going to be exceedingly unlikely somebody's just absolutely needs to be booted. That way I can put them on the list of no, you know, but that way I feel more comfortable letting in some new players who are just like brand spanking new, who like aren't even on the Discord yet. That if they act a fool, I can just boot them real quick. If it's a safe save, that I can just do that, you know. But again, it's always, you know, members are always going to get first crack. That's part of their membership is they get first crack of this stuff. So, you guys want to head back and put your fish away. The other thing too is we don't have any money because of you know, I've got resources shut off because of, there's no need to make money in this. So I'll set those saves up. And then I don't have to worry about deleting the player characters out of my save. I can just, I'll just roll back the save every time we go fishing, we could also do some competitions, like, for example, have teams, 2 people on a boat, and then, the way we'll do it is, instead of having the, put it away in the fish thing, maybe just, like, have a set of hoppers on a barge, and we have them color-coded, and your hopper is the green hopper, and you go out, you fish, and then you come back and you fill up the hopper, and after a certain amount of time, whoever has the most fish wins, Something like that would be kind of fun. Yeah, I'll see you later, CG. Yeah, I like the spear fishing. It's fun. I think it is cool. So a bunch of cool things here. Like, for example, we could do like a scavenger hunt fishing where, for example, like you have to catch 10 clownfish. You have to catch 10 X fish, 10 Y fish. So a bunch of the fish are going to be useless to you. So it's kind of like a, a little challenge where, like, you catch a pike. Oh, we're not looking for pike. We don't need any more pike. We're full of pike. And so you have to get maybe one of each type of fish. Whoever gets one of each type of fish first wins, Because as much as it is random, you can also see the fish. So you can be like, oh, there's a pike. We need a pike. And so both of you cast for the pike to try to get the pike, So that could be kind of cool, So a bunch of cool ideas. I'd like to do some multiplayer mining. Would be kind of cool. Set up a game save for that too. So bunch of stuff there. I think would be cool. All right, so let's go ahead and I'll grab the member information. We'll thank the members. But yeah, this was fun today. Got a bunch of work done on some other builds. Member fishing is always fun. So thank you to Side Mountain, Connor Bowl, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Rasmus, Manda VR, Citrus, Anton Anderson, and Zachy for being members. Thank you, Chicken Store, for being a patron. That is everybody. We got everybody's boats looked at from the Build Challenge India, so congratulations to Citrus Captain's Favorite, to Alistair, and to Guard Halo for being the points co-winners, and to York for being community favorite. Excellent builds there. That was really good. Go ahead and check out the Q&A. I'll probably try to put out some more parts today. We've got 6 questions done. I'm going to continue to try to do that throughout. I might have a couple of questions missed from my recording, so I'll try to go after the devs recording and see if I can find those questions that are missing from mine. And yeah, so go ahead and watch those. Those are short. They're only a couple minutes long. If you guys are new and have not subscribed, consider subscribing. And if you guys like the video, and thank you guys for hanging out. And we'll see you later. Bye.